Um, okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Jacob Melton live with you here at West Michigan Weather. We also have Jonah Drake with us out in the field this evening, and we have been watching this thunderstorm off the shoreline of Lake Michigan between Holland and Muskegon. And it's been looking a little bit on the strong side for the last little while, so we just wanted to hop on live here real quickly and kind of address the situation with that. And before we do that, though, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that has not in somewhat recently been issued that includes certain counties along and west of 131. That includes Muskegon, Ottawa, Kent, Barry, Kalamazoo, Van Buren, and Allegan counties. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until midnight Central Time, so that's going to be 1 a.m. Eastern Time. And that is for the potential of scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter, scattered damaging winds, and isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour cannot be ruled out as well. And so that's an update with that. We also have a flood watch that is in effect for Eaton, Ingham, Jackson, Calhoun, and Kalamazoo counties, and Van Buren County. It also includes Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. As in addition to the severe weather threat that we've been discussing throughout the day for tonight, we also have to worry about a heavy rainfall threat that could produce areas of localized flooding. So, just the latest going out of the watches, and we'll go on to this thunderstorm that we've been watching for the last little while that's been kind of showing an elevated signal for some hail, some of which could be on a little bit on the larger side. The National Weather Service has a special marine warning in effect for the near shore and open waters from Holland to Whitehall. That doesn't really include up to Whitehall, we'll say between Port Sheldon and Norton Shores along the lake shore. It's for this cell right here that's been showing a little bit of an elevated signal of some large hail. And we'll go take a look at Hail Tracker on that. So give me just a second. And let's go to vertical integrated liquid. And this signal has also been increasing over the last little bit. West of Port Sheldon. Keep in mind, this scan's a little bit delayed. This is at 7:25. This is slightly delayed, but an increasing signal for potential large hail west of Port Sheldon area. And if we go back to reflectivity, that matches up with what the reflectivity is showing. These up once again in these purples, kind of pinkish color. That's generally when we start seeing signs of hail. And there's also some frequent lightning going on with this storm as well. Damaging winds with this particular storm. This is an elevated storm, so we're not super concerned about wind at this point. This is mainly a hail threat. But this is something we will have to continue to watch over the next little while as it continues to move onshore. This is tracking off to the east. So we'll go ahead and put a storm track on this too, just as an early heads up. This will be with you in Port Sheldon in the next few minutes. Let's go east at around 45 miles per hour. So give me just a second. So it's going to be in Port Sheldon within the next 10 minutes, albeit probably slightly sooner than that. Allendale within the next 27 minutes or so. The Grand Valley State University area at Allendale in about half an hour, 31 minutes. Hudsonville in 32 minutes. The Riverview Airport area in about 36 minutes. Granville in 38 minutes. Walker in 39 minutes. And Wyoming in 42 minutes or so. So again, This is a storm we've been watching a little bit. We'll have to see if the National Weather Service decides to issue a warning or a special weather statement. We'll see what happens with that probably in the next few minutes. Anthony is asking, where is this storm? Again, it's just offshore of Lake Michigan between Holland and Grand Haven. This is the storm we're particularly tracking. Adriana, also from Facebook, is asking, how about West Holland? I will say from this particular cell, this should pass just to the north there, but we also have additional cells over the lake as well that's kind of flared up over the last little while. So Holland, I will say, we could probably expect storm activity to pick up here within the next hour or so. And this convection is primarily going to be a hail and maybe wind threat. In fact, there's a new special marine warning coming down for this now, for the potential again of large hail with this activity as well. And this goes until 8:15 p.m. this evening. This is a new special marine warning coming in. Megan on Facebook is asking, thank you for... Yeah, so how soon will it be in the Comstock Park? Emily, it'll probably be in Comstock Park. Probably give me an hour or so. It'll probably be, storms will probably be moving in that region. Adriana says, okay, thanks for the update. We are headed back down Chicago Drive towards Grand Rapids, Michigan. So, yep. Lane on Facebook is asking, will that affect the morning commute for school in the morning for South Michigan? Wondering about school. On social media not too long ago, we did just put out our school closing outlook. And we do have a minuscule risk for that region. And so we have a minuscule risk down there near the state line for the potential of, while in case we do have power outages or from storm damage or stuff of that nature, just in case we wanted to cover potential for a few isolated school closings. But I think the more school closings is going to be up north, where we have the winter weather advisory for freezing rain potential tonight into tomorrow morning, which I'll go ahead and discuss that real quick too before we get... Actually, before we do that, we got special weather statement now coming in for portions of central Kent and central Ottawa counties. This is for 40-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. That is just one step below a severe thunderstorm warning. This is one step below a severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll have to keep watching this as it continues to move off to the east. So Port Sheldon, you're getting into it right about now. Walkerville, Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Hudsonville, Virginia's Township, the Grattan area, Rockford. You are in the special weather statement until 8:30. This is for the potential of a strong thunderstorm 8 miles north of Holland State Park or 11 miles northwest of Holland. This is moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So I just seen in how we're looking for Hudsonville area. Hudsonville, like I just mentioned, you are in this special weather statement, so storm activity will be picking up very soon. How is Montcalm County, Greenville looking? Is it all going south? Yep. And the answer to that question is no. We do expect storm potential to increase in the Greenville area over the next little while. And Lane is asking, when will storm hit Kalamazoo County? These particular storms that we're watching right now to the north is going to stay to the north of Kalamazoo. We have been watching this cell near the Chicago area. That was just recently severe warned as it moved through the city of Chicago. It's a very large hail. This, I will say, it's looking a little bit on the weaker side as it moved over the lake, but we also have additional storm potential throughout the evening into the overnight hours there in the Kalamazoo area. So for right now, most of these storms are probably going to scooch just to the north. Most of this, but we will be watching these cells off to the west over the next several hours. I would expect activity to pick up as we head later into the over evening and towards the overnight hours there in Kalamazoo. So when will storms hit Remus, Michigan? Haley is asking on Facebook. Mecosta County. Okay, so Mecosta County, we're not seeing too much right now, and most of these storms, the stronger activity looks to stay south of there at this time, but we'll have to continue to keep an eye on that through the evening as well. I will say, once you get north of M20, and especially north of US 10, the severe potential does drop off. But then we have to consider the freezing rain potential tonight as well up in this region. And just off to the northeast, we do have ice storm warnings in effect across portions of northeast lower. This is for potential of 1/4 to even 4/10 of an inch of ice up in this area. And that is where we're expecting more power outage issues, tree damage, stuff like that. Chilly in Kentwood, Michigan. Yes, it's definitely chilly out there for areas north of the warm front, which the warm front right now, actually I can throw on temperatures here. Give me just 1 second. So our warm front right now appears to be, let me try and outline it here. Give me just 1 second. Okay. All right, so our warm front right now is, we'll say, somewhere like this is where our warm front is. Anything north of the warm front is going to be cooler, right? We got 59 in Kalamazoo, 54 in Marshall, then 40s up to the north, and even upper 30s. In fact, if I try and, we got 37 in Gratiot County, 39 near Ionia. So it's definitely cooler out once you get north of this warm front, which will reduce the tornadic threat from these storms this evening. If you're north of the warm front, we're not particularly concerned about tornadoes north of the warm front. This is mainly a hail and maybe some wind type of deal. Once you get south of the warm front, though, this is where the better environment for tornadic activity is. In fact, we got a PDS tornado warning near the Kankakee, Illinois area. So we'll have to watch any storms that get close south of the warm front especially. So pretty much our state line area, that is where we'll need to be watching for some elevated tornado potential this evening. But once you get north of the warm front, and especially north of I-94, we'll say, our tornado potential concerns drop off relatively quickly once you get north of I-94. So once I-96 corridor up towards US 10, our primary concerns is hail, some of which could be on the larger side, and some
we're going to watch for our southern rural counties. Tornado watch for southern rural counties.
Yep. As you might have just heard behind the scenes, we have a new tornado watch that is now in effect for some of our southern counties. This is Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties. You are in a tornado watch now. That goes until 2 a.m. this morning. So this is a tornado watch for our US 12 counties, including Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch. You are now in a tornado watch until 2 a.m. this morning. This area is where we'll be watching for our primary tornado potential if it does occur. We'll have to, with the warm front right there, that's where your enhanced shear is going to be along and south of that warm front I just outlined. So, Jeff is asking, Kent County is going to have cold weather. Yeah, so it'll be a little bit chilly up there, but that doesn't negate the severe threat, especially hail, for the hail potential up there. I'm getting a lot of question, guys, when it comes to locations. Unfortunately, especially when things ramp up, I'm not really going to be able to answer questions on every single location in this area. I don't mean that to be rude, but we got to focus on our storms. So I get that you're asking, but if I'm not mentioning your location when it comes to these storms, that's probably a good thing. So unless I'm mentioning your location specifically, we're not really seeing anything of particular danger at this time. So I just want to put a broad message out there. I don't mean it to be rude, but especially when things are starting to ramp up, I'm not going to be able to really sit here and answer questions on every single location. So again, I just wanted to say that if I'm not mentioning your location, you're not in any danger at this time. Jesse is asking, is there a chance there'll be rotation? Especially once you get on and south of the warm front, Jesse, so near the state line. That is our primary concern for rotating storms and tornadoes. North of the warm front is mainly a hail and maybe some wind threat. So focusing back on our storms that have the special marine warnings and special weather statements. Port Sheldon, if you're in the Port Sheldon area, you are probably in the thick of it right now. Probably some heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. Wouldn't rule out some hail either. And we got some additional activity. Holland, this is a heads up. Your activity will be picking up here fairly soon. And as you can see, that's what we just discussed, our tornado watch coming into the system here. And so yeah, all right, we're gonna do another couple storm tracks here. This is for the new activity we've been watching over the lake. We'll carry it off to the east. Probably not. Hold on, let me double check on that. Give me just 1 second. Moving east at 60 knots. Okay, yeah, that one's moving pretty quickly at 60 knots. So we'll track that off to the east. Possibly flooding for our area. Yes, that's what we were just discussing not too long ago with the flood watch. Flooding is certainly a concern with some of these storms, especially if we get storms training over the same area for a while. And that is most likely near and south of I-96, but we'll have to watch. Really, anywhere where you can get storms to train, we'll have to watch that. Let's get to our storm track here. This is for the section of the storm not in Port Sheldon already. This is for the additional storms heading towards the Holland area. We'll be in Holland here in the next 20 minutes. Actually, I just zoomed in a little bit. Makatala Park there at 16 minutes. Holland in 20 minutes. The Overijssel area in 24 minutes. Zeeland in 24 minutes as well. The Ottawa Executive Airport area in around 28 minutes. Hudsonville in 32 minutes. Although Hudsonville, the northern portion of this complex, might be moving into your area a little bit sooner than that. Jamestown in about 32 minutes. Grand Valley State University also in 32 minutes, although this is for the different part of the storm. It'll be storming a little bit sooner than that for our northern section. We'll get a storm track for that out momentarily. Riverview Airport in 35 minutes and Jenison in 35 minutes. Door area in about 37 minutes. Walker in about 38 minutes. Wyoming in 39 minutes again, although for those areas, it'll be storming a little bit sooner than that. We'll get a track on the northern section out in just a moment. The Corinth area in about 39 minutes. Cutlerville in about 40 minutes. Kentwood in about 41 minutes. Grand Rapids, although again, it'll be storming a little bit sooner than this track, in about 41 minutes. And Gaines Charter Township in about 42 minutes. So let's go ahead and get another storm track going, this time for our northern storm we've been watching. This is also moving off to the east. Alright, so give me just a second to move the map and get that up there. Grand Valley State University, Allendale in about 16 minutes. Riverview Airport in about 20 minutes. Jenison in about 21 minutes. Walker in 24 minutes. Wyoming in 26 minutes. Grand Rapids in about 29, 30, half hour or so. 29 minutes, so around a half hour. East Grand Rapids in around 33 minutes. Grand Rapids Charter Township in about 35 minutes. Belmont in about 36 minutes. Forest Hills, 37 minutes. A few more locations. Cascade Charter Township in about 40 minutes. Ada Township in about 40 minutes. Rockford in about 41 minutes. Cannon Township in about 43 minutes. Virginis Township in about 49, 50 minutes or so. Lowell in about 50 minutes. And the Grattan area also in about 50 minutes. So, okay. So this is it for the storm tracks right now. Again, if you're just joining us here, this is Jacob Mountain, live here with West Michigan Weather. We are joined by Jonah Drake out in the field. He is down in Berrien County right now, waiting storm activity down that direction. But we are watching shower and storm activity begin to pick up across West Michigan as we approach the 8 o'clock hour. Charity is asking, is anything coming to Portage? I have really bad storm anxiety. I will bring up the storm anxiety. That is a valid concern. I know that is a valid concern, and I will say that Portage, unless I'm mentioning your location, you're not in any immediate danger. Abby is asking, when are we supposed to see it start by the state line, excuse me. Probably west of 131, like we were talking about, probably in the 7 to 10 p.m. time frame. We'll say that. And then once you get east of US 131, it'll be closer to 9 a.m. to midnight time frame. But probably between now and 9 o'clock, I would expect activity to begin to pick up somewhat near the state line. We'll have to see what this storm does across it's over the lake. I will say it's looking a little bit weaker than it was as it was moving towards the Chicago area. But we do got additional storm activity off to the west. In fact, I'll just do the composite mode just for a second. We do got quite a bit of storm activity to go off to the west. So we're going to be in this for a little while, guys. Probably into the overnight hours. So Jesse is asking, what is the program you are using? This is a WeatherWise radar application. They have it for your Android smartphones, your iPhone devices, your iOS devices. They have a Windows app, although you can also pull it up on your web browser as well. If you do a Google search for WeatherWise radar app, that should get you where you need to go in regards to that. But again, we got several active severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings off to our west. So basically what I'm trying to get at here, it's going to be an active evening, folks. So stick with us. We're going to get you through this. We're going to get you guys through these storms as long as we need to be. So let's do a quick overview of the chances of a tornado versus per SPC versus what you say near tad south of Grand Rapids. We'll go ahead and show that really quickly. Let's go to a tornado outlook. They're showing, SPC is showing tornado risk. It starts pretty much along and south of I-94, and we are in agreement with that overall. Based on the current positioning of the warm front, which I have observations overlaid. I'll go ahead and draw it again really quickly. So warm front is from roughly near South Bend. Oops, hold on just a second. Warm front is roughly in this area I am outlining. So we'll say, and that is in agreement mainly with our additional hatching area. This is the Sig 2 area we were discussing earlier. So overall, we are in relative agreement. We'll have to see how much further north this warm front does end up pushing. But overall, yes, Michael, we are in agreement with the SPC on the tornado threat, mainly remaining along and south, and especially south of the I-94 corridor towards the state line. Anything north of I-94 will probably be more elevated in nature, and probably more of a hail and maybe some damaging wind threat as well. Yeah, that does make sense, Michael. So, yeah. So near tad south of Grand Rapids, we're not super concerned about a tornado threat. This is mainly a hail threat with some damaging wind potential as well. Okay, so let's get back to radar. Go back in on our storm near the Port Sheldon area, which there's another little hail core moving in. We can go to our hail tracker again real quickly. That's showing a little bit stronger signal for large hail just offshore of Port Sheldon, which if anyone does have any reports to pass along, whether it's large hail or wind or something, or if you got damage or something of that nature, feel free to let us know. You can do so in chat. We are watching chat this evening, and you could also go to www.westmichiganweather.net/report. There you can we have a form you can fill out that will send our reports. That will send reports directly to us, and we will pass those along to the National Weather Service as needed as well. So again, you could do it in chat or right on our website as well. Nothing here yet. I am Sheridan 5766 intersection. Thank you, Kat, for that. Yep, we're not seeing anything towards that area right now. Maybe some drizzle or something like that, but nothing of significance yet. That we do expect activity to ramp up as we head through the evening hours. National Weather Service. We do have a report from the Olive Center area, 2 miles south of Olive Center in Ottawa County. We do have a report of pea-sized hail coming in with this storm activity. We do have a report of pea-sized hail. So we do have reports. Joseph is asking, are you on YouTube? Yes, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, X, and Twitch right now. So we're on several platforms, not just Facebook. I will say that if I had to choose a platform to subscribe to, I would go to YouTube or Twitch, as that does a generally better job of notifying you when we are live. If you subscribe to us on YouTube, subscribing is free on YouTube. You just need a Google account. And Twitch does a good job as well as notifying when we are live. Facebook, we haven't had. Facebook doesn't do the best at notifying people of when we are live, so that's why I mentioned YouTube and Twitch. It's just those platforms tend to do a better job of notifications when we are live. So, all right, hail expected north of GR, Mecosta, and Montcalm County. Not at this time, but we will let you know, Karen, if that changes. Nicole asks, is anything going to really hit Allegan? I will say this, not imminently, but we do expect activity to fill in throughout the evening. So stay weather aware, and we'll let you know when and if that changes, Nicole. Okay. So, all right. So, just taking a general look at the radar right now, we continue to watch these stronger thunderstorms. Nothing currently severe, but we are watching a stronger storm in Kent and Ottawa counties that has had a history of producing some smaller hail, including a pea-sized hail report at around 750 near 2 miles to the south of Olive Center in Ottawa County. And we do expect activity again to continue to ramp up throughout the evening. And we have active severe thunderstorm and tornado watches that are in effect across the area. So again, a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for Muskegon, Kent, Ottawa, Allegan, Barrie, Kalamazoo, and Van Buren counties. And our tornado watch, which was just issued fairly recently, is for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties. I know in these areas, these areas were hit fairly hard back on Friday. And I understand storm anxiety is probably elevated. Just know that right now we do not see any imminent danger in these areas, but we will be watching throughout the evening, and we will let you know when conditions do warrant. Conditions do worsen. We'll be watching throughout the evening. So again, we also have additional alerts, including flood advisories and even winter weather advisories off to our north along the US 10 corridor. This is where we're a little less worried about severe weather, but especially later tonight, we do expect freezing rain to begin to pick up in that region. So let's go back to our cell that we have. This is not a severe thunderstorm. We only have a special weather statement active for this storm. But this is for Kent, Central Kent, and Central Ottawa counties. This is going for another half hour until 8:30. This is for the potential. We have not seen any reports of such yet, of winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. Nickel-size hail is one step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So we will have to watch. If this strengthens any further, I would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning coming down the wire in the not too distant future for this area if this storm does strengthen any further. Which, behind the scenes, we'll take a look at Hail Tracker again, actually. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so we are watching a couple areas. This is a little bit of an elevated signal northwest of the Hudsonville area. Near the northwest of Hudsonville, near the North Blendon area, Bower, South Blendon areas. We're watching a little bit elevated signal of large hail potential. Probably up to quarter size or larger. This is what we mean by large hail. And then another elevated signal still moving right over to Port Sheldon area. So if you're in any of these areas I'm calling out, just be aware we got elevated potential of hail. This is near Grand Valley State University there in Allendale, just to the southwest of campus there. So, and we are showing some elevated signals. There's no active warnings yet, but we are showing some signs, elevated signs of a little bit larger hail. We can go back to reflectivity and put that header back on it. As you can see, once you get into these, and in fact, as I say that, there's our new severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect for Ottawa and Kent counties. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect until 8:45 p.m. This is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. Again, this is for Kent and Ottawa counties. This does include the city of Grand Rapids. Let me pull up the warning text really quickly, then we'll do a storm track. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, this is at 8:02, has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Kent County and southern portions of Ottawa County. We'll say southern and central portions of Ottawa County until 8:45 this evening. At 8:02, a severe thunderstorm was located near the Jenison area, or 11 miles to the west of Grand Rapids, moving off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. The primary hazard with this, again, is quarter-size hail. And the source on this is radar indicated. We have not had any immediate reports of large hail yet, but the potential is ramping up, hence the severe thunderstorm warning issuance. Source on the, and then impact damage to vehicles is expected. So when you start getting the quarter size and above, that's when we can start getting dents in your vehicles, or if you get even larger than that, that's when we start seeing windshield and window damage and stuff like that. So if you do have a few minutes and you have the ability, like in the Grand Rapids Metro, if you do have the ability to move your car into a garage, I would consider doing that. You have a few minutes still. We'll do a storm track on that momentarily, but if you can move your car into the garage, I would consider that. Some locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning include Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Lowell, Jenison, the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area, Allendale, Beechwood, Ada, Grattan, Port Sheldon, Borkello, I think that is. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Cutlerville, Lamont, and Belmont. If you are in any areas I just highlighted, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Especially with larger hail, you'll want to stay away from windows too, just in case. Just kind of get on the lowest, preferably if you're in a multi-story building, you won't be on want to be on the lower floors. Just kind of stay away from windows too. Just once you get start getting into large hail, there is the dangers of windows being broken out. So just kind of stay away from the windows right now. We're going to go ahead and do a storm track on the storm now. This is moving off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. And that is going to take it into Riverview Airport area in the next few minutes, 6 minutes or so. Grand Rapids in the next 14 minutes or so. East Grand Rapids, 17 minutes. Grand Rapids Charter Township in about 19 minutes. Forest Hills in about 21 minutes. Ada Township in about 24 minutes. Cannon Township in about 26 minutes. Virginis Township in 32 minutes. Lowell area in about 33 minutes. The Grattan area in about 33 minutes as well. And you guys are not in the warning yet. But if you're near the Saranac area in about 40 minutes, Belding in about 41 minutes, and the Greenville area eventually in about 43 minutes. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Montcalm and northwestern Ionia counties, but just treat this as an early heads up. If the storm does hold together at current strength, a severe thunderstorm warning may ultimately be required for these areas. So we'll keep an eye on that over the next little while. Again, this is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. I'm checking behind the scenes real quick. I do not have any reports of that yet, but just be aware the potential is there for quarter-size hail of this storm. We're going to take a look at Hail Tracker once again. Give me just a second to pull that up. And yeah, there's our two areas of hail potential we're looking at. One right near the Grand Valley State University campus, and another one passing over Port Sheldon now, over US 31. And that will again also be tracking towards like the Olive Center area, over towards the North London area, and again towards the Grand Valley State University. So there's a secondary hail core with this activity we are watching as well. So this is the purple areas that I'm talking about. That's our best signal for the potential of large hail. Again, at this point, we have no reports of large hail coming in. If you guys are seeing that, feel free to let us know in chat or on our website. Or you can tag us on social media as well if you have images and stuff like that to send to us. So, all right. New scan just coming in the last few minutes for Hail Tracker. This is a few minutes delayed, but signal near Port Sheldon, it's still elevated, but not quite as high as it was earlier. Definitely our dominant signal. Oh, this is at the 803. This scan's a little bit delayed, but it's right there near the Riverview Airport area, northwest of Granville. This is where our better signal for large hail is at this time. We'll go back to reflectivity, and that matches up with reflectivity, where you can see these brighter purples, and once we get into the brighter pinks, that's a little bit better in towards the white colors there. It's a little bit better signal for large hail. I will pass along this. They have expanded the severe thunderstorm watch to include the following counties: Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, and Montcalm counties. The severe thunderstorm watch has now been expanded. I will repeat, it is not quite reflected on the map yet, but Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, and Montcalm counties. You are now in a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. This is just coming down on our end now. So just be aware of that. Several counties have now been added to our severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch areas, our primary focus is going to be damaging winds and large hail. Once you're in the tornado watch area of Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch County, we have a little bit more of a tornado concern in these areas. So, again, this is not quite reflected on our system just yet, but we do additional several counties have been added to the severe thunderstorm watch. So, okay. So we're focusing back in on our severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like this hail core is going to be heading right into the Grand Rapids Metro on its current track, assuming it holds together. So, just a heads up, you still have a few minutes if you're in the Grand Rapids area proper. If you have a few more minutes, if you need to go move your vehicle into a garage or something. But we are continuing to show elevated signals for large hail. If you are in this area, if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning area, you should be indoors, preferably in a sturdy structure. You should stay away from windows as well. Just be away from windows. Kind of get into the central part if you can, but stay away from windows is most important right now. Okay, that's just an AFD update from Northern Indiana. And there, I can show you on the map now counties that are included in this expanded severe thunderstorm watch, which is pretty much from M46 and points south. I will outline that, try and outline that real quick. But from M46 and points south, in general, is our severe thunderstorm watch area. It does go into northern portions of Muskegon County beyond that, but this is the general outline, at least from right now, what I'm seeing for better severe weather potential. And that is what we'll be watching throughout the evening hours. Again, this severe thunderstorm watch does go until 1 a.m. Eastern time tonight. So, again, we only have one active severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Kent and Ottawa counties for the potential of quarter-size hail. There are no active. We do have special marine warnings back over Lake Michigan for the potential of large. This is a new special marine warning just coming in, actually. This is until 9:15 for the potential of large hail of these storms. In case of marine warnings, large hail is 3/4 of an inch or greater. That is considered large hail. And for severe thunderstorm warnings inland, those are considered to be 1 inch in diameter or greater in terms of hail size. So taking a look at radar once again, there are 2 hail cores we are watching. One less of Allendale, one less of the Allendale area, one less of the Grand Valley State University area, and another one that is passing just to the north of Granville towards the Riverview Airport area. That's going to be heading towards the downtown Grand Rapids over the next several minutes. And we continue to have, just checking some more sources behind the scenes. We do not have any reports coming in just yet in terms of hail size. Again, guys, for those of you asking, what about your location? If I'm not mentioning your location at this time, you're not in any imminent danger. Um, Especially when we have active warnings, I cannot go over each and every location, especially when we have active warnings. I don't mean this to be rude, but again, if I'm not mentioning your location at this moment, you're not in any immediate danger from severe weather. We will let you know if your location does become under danger. But at this time, unless I'm not mentioning your location, you're not in any imminent danger from severe thunderstorms. Again, going back to radar here, we are showing our best signature for potential large hail to be between I-196 and M45 here. That is our best signal for potential large hail. Like if you're near the Millennium Park area, the Mines Golf Course over towards John Ball Zoo. This is some areas that are coming under the large hail potential over the next few minutes. If you're near Highway 11 corridor, O'Brien Road Southwest. Again, M45, near the Standale area, near the Union High School area, on the west side of the Grand Rapids area, near the Union High School area. There's some areas that are going to be seeing the large hail, if not already, in the next several minutes. We'll take a look at velocity real quick. Again, we're not, at this point, not super concerned about damaging wind gusts, although we are showing potential for maybe 40 mile per hour winds, kind of north of Granville, west of downtown Grand Rapids. Again, we're not super concerned about damaging winds at this point. This is primarily a hail threat, but we are showing signals of maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour winds associated with this storm as well. So we'll go back to radar. And I will say our western hail core that we've been tracking is not looking quite as impressive. Don't get me wrong, there's still some potential for at least small hail, but we are looking at mainly our primary hail core is heading it's going to be heading into the downtown Grand Rapids area over the next several minutes. I do have a report coming in 3 miles to the west-southwest of the Bower area. This is in Ottawa County. This was at 8:02, so just around 10 minutes ago or so, closer to 15 minutes. Train spotter reports hail of half an inch in diameter. This is near the Bower area in Ottawa County. It's a report of half-inch in diameter hail. That is below severe levels, but just still something we wanted to pass along. Taking a look behind the scenes. Still not seeing many reports of anything beyond that at this time, which we are hopeful that remains the case, but we are still carrying the potential for quarter-size hail. A newer scan coming in just in the last several seconds does show the hail core right near the Highway 45, M45, and I-196 area, right over the John Ball Zoo. This will be heading towards downtown Grand Rapids area, like the Gerald R. Ford Presidential Museum. That is heading right towards that area. The Grand Valley State University Pew campus. That is another area that's going to be seeing potential large hail, I should say, over the next few minutes. Eventually towards just the general downtown Grand Rapids area, to the north of Wyoming, north of M11 over here. So north of Wyoming, just to the north of Granville. If you're in these areas, though, do continue to remain inside. We do have at least heavier rain and lightning danger in these areas. Taking a look. Check on this cell to the southwest of Holland. We're seeing a little bit of a hook echo. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now coming in for portions of Allegan and Ottawa County. Again, this is for this cell that we've been watching just to the west of Holland. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this potential, again, for quarter-size hail. But what I was looking at with this storm is maybe a little bit of rotation. Not really concerned by an immediate tornado threat or anything like that. Again, these storms are going to be elevated in nature once they move on shore with observations in this area. But I just wanted to mention that since we just saw that signature, I wanted to look at that real quick, but nothing imminent. But again, the primary concern with this storm is going to be, again, quarter-size hail. I will pull up this warning text real quickly here. Give me just 1 second. Okay, give me just a second, guys. Alright. So, lightning and winds starting here, Sheridan at 57 and 66. Thank you very much for that, Kat. I will say, that will start to make sense. I would expect at least lightning to pick up in the Sheridan area fairly soon. Just will be storms off to the southwest. I'm still not seeing any imminent danger in the Sheridan area, but we are watching closely. Anyways, going back to this cell near Holland, in addition to the potential for quarter-size hail, very frequent lightning with this storm as well. Always back to the warning text. This was at 8:18. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Allegan County and southern Ottawa County. This goes until 9 o'clock this evening. At 8:18 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles to the west of Holland State Park, or 11 miles to the west of Holland, moving northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm is going to be quarter-sized hail. Source is radar indicated, and impact damage to vehicles is expected. Some locations impacted include Holland, Hudsonville, Zeeland, the Beechwood area, Allendale, Jenison, Port Sheldon, the Borkello area, Bauer once again, Jamestown, Vriesland, I think that is. I apologize, I've been mispronounced that. Olive Center, Rest Olive, Eastmanville, Makatawa. These are the areas that are in this newer severe thunderstorm warning. If you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, preferably away from windows. So again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is in addition to the warning that continues for southern portions and central portions of Ottawa County and Kent County, which in Grand Rapids downtown area, you're getting right into the thick of the heavy rain and probably some hail in there as well. So this is downtown Grand Rapids. We'll go ahead and do a couple storm tracks here. This is sort of portion of the storm. Oops, wrong tool. There we go. Bear with me just a second. This is going to be for the storm moving over Grand Rapids right now. Actually, we just got a new scan coming in, so let me redraw that. So location now on that is passing. It's going to be approaching the I-196 and I-96 interchange there. Within the next few minutes, Grand Rapids Charter Township. But I'm going to draw a storm track now for this as it moves off to the east. I got something new coming in here. Okay, it's just Northern Indiana. Just a PNS update from Friday. Okay, so tracking this off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. That's going to take it towards the... Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay. Grand Rapids Charter Township right about now, or within the next 5 minutes at most, but probably picking up right about now. The Grattan area in about 24 minutes. Belding area at about 35 minutes. The Flat River, believe that's a state game area. Unfortunately, it's kind of cutting off over here in about 40 minutes. Yep, Flat River State Game Area in about 40 minutes. Belding again in about 35 minutes. The Orleans area in 41 minutes. Ionia in about 45 minutes. This is down the line. Sheridan area, keep an eye on it, but I think the worst of this storm, if it retains its current track, will stay just to the south of Sheridan, but stay tuned here just in case. And eventually in the Lions Mirror area, it's just showing Mirror on this track, but I'll say Lions area 2 in about 55 minutes. So if you're in any of these areas I'm highlighting, if you're east of Kent County and southern Montcalm and northern Ionian counties, you are not in a warning yet. But just treat this as an early heads up for these locations. That a severe thunderstorm warning may eventually be required if the storm maintains its current strength as it moves off to the east at around 40 miles per hour or so. Got a new report coming in 2 miles to the north of Grand Rapids. So in the Grand Rapids area, a train spotter reporting penny-size hail. That is 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So penny-size hail being reported just north of downtown Grand Rapids. And that's all I have for reports at this time. Again, we are watching this additional cell near the Holland area. It's going to be moving into Holland here in the next few minutes. And we'll go to Hail Tracker on it real quick. Pull up Hail Tracker. Give me just a second. We have to do it manually. And yet we are showing an elevated signal for larger hail just to the west of downtown Holland. It will be moving in that direction over the next few minutes. So near the Macatawa Park area as well, moving in imminently. Castle Park, Virginia Park. And okay. Okay, so I just got a message from Jonah. We're gonna pull up this new I'm gonna pull up the text on this new mesoscale discussion. I'm going to read off. This is from the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma. Summary: numerous supercells will remain capable of significant hail this evening. Damaging gusts may also be possible as storms conglomerate tonight or kind of merge together. As of 8:15 this evening, regional radar imagery showed numerous thunderstorms ongoing along and north of the warm frontal zone in the parts of Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and here in Michigan. Most of these storms are on the cool side of the boundary and will remain so this evening. So that kind of negates the tornado threat with these northern storms. Robust, most unstable Cape values. So we'll just say instability, elevated instability values of 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram, and strong deep layer shear will continue to support strong supercells over much of the watch area. Given the degree of buoyancy, large hail is likely. Isolated very large hail reports is also possible. More intense cluster of supercells in northern Illinois as well. With time, upscale growth in the small Boeing segments with some potential for damaging gusts is expected tonight. The severe risk should continue to increase over much of Weather Watch 35 this evening. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. Weather Watch 35 has been locally extended farther east across portions of the Grand Rapids County warning area. That's what we discussed earlier. It was extended east to the 127 corridor south of M46. So again, this is from the Storm Prediction Center saying that we are expecting the severe threat to continue to increase in the severe thunderstorm watch, starting out as large, potentially very large hail. Very large hail, when I reference that, is 2 inches or greater in diameter. We cannot rule out a few reports of that this evening. And then later, as the evening progresses, we expect these storms to kind of merge together into Boeing segments. That will decrease the hail threat a little bit, but that will then increase the damaging wind threat just a little bit. Now, damaging wind threat, I think, will be better south of I-90, near and south of I-96. Just where thermos are still on the cool side, but a little bit better in the further north you go. Like, it's only 36 at Alma right now. So again, this is the potential for large hail throughout the evening hours, and we will eventually transition as these storms merge into more of a damaging wind threat. So again, we are tracking 2 severe thunderstorm warnings across West Michigan, mainly for Ottawa and Kent counties, along with the far northwestern portion of Allegan County. These are mainly for quarter-size hail potential of these storms at this time. We're not concerned about damaging winds. We're not concerned about a tornado threat with these storms. This is mainly a large hail concern up to quarter size in diameter. I have not received any reports so far this evening of large hail, but that's something we will continue to watch for throughout this evening. And we will pass along those reports as we do get them. If you guys do have storm reports, by the way, feel free to let us know in chat, or we are monitoring chat once again, or also on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net/report. There's a form there's a link to a form you can fill out that will submit your storm report to us, and we will also pass that along to our friends at the National Weather Service as necessary. Or you could, if you have pictures or something like that, feel free to tag us, tag our page, our social media, or you might be able to post those in chat as well. But again, we're continuing to watch mainly hail producers at this time across portions of our area, especially around the Grand Rapids and Holland areas. I'll do a quick overview of the watch situation as well. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and north of I-94 from Van Buren to Jackson counties and points north. That extends north to around the M46 corridor in Montcalm and Gratiot counties. And it also includes Clinton, also includes the Lansing area, includes Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo and Muskegon, and South Haven, Holland. All these areas I'm mentioning and surrounding areas are in the severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 1 a.m. on Wednesday morning, so into the overnight hours. We also have a tornado watch for portions of for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties. This tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. into the overnight hours of Wednesday morning. It is the tornado watch area where we are a little bit more concerned with a tornado threat, especially closer to the state line where the warm front resides. We're a little bit more concerned about a tornado threat in this area. Again, there's no imminent tornado threat, but we are watching closely and we'll let you know if that changes. But again, there's no imminent tornado threat anywhere in West Michigan at this time. I am seeing some comments on our chat here concerned of that. There's nothing imminent at this time, but we are watching for the potential, especially near the state line. Starting to thunder and light rain with the wind picking up in Alto. This was at 8:30. Thank you very much for that report. This was on YouTube. Okay, so we're watching these 2 storms here. One, the hail core just past the Grand Rapids area, which is a little secondary hail core of that west of the Walker, south of Coopersville area. We're watching that. And then this other storm we are watching moving into the Holland area right now. Heaviest of that is south of Port Sheldon. So we'll do a couple of storm tracks on these actually, and a new scan coming around. I will say the reflectivity on these have been trending down a little bit. That does not mean this isn't producing hail. It's just not, maybe not to the level it was earlier. So we'll take a look at Hail Tracker though right now. Just a second to pull that up. And good news is that we don't see any imminent signal of very large hail, maybe a few signals of some smaller hail, like near the north of the Forest Hills area near Grand Rapids Charter Township. And then another maybe small hail signal just north and west of the Grand Valley State University campus in Allendale, near that area, near Allendale. And then our larger hail signals by far with this cell near the Holland, west of the Holland area, near the Makatawa Park area. This is moving into Holland over the next few minutes. The scan's a little bit delayed, so we'll go back to reflectivity. And that matches up with where we're seeing these purplish colors near the Holland area. I'll do a storm track. We'll do this one first, since this is a little bit more of an imminent signal. Moving off to the east, maybe a touch northeast at around 40 miles per hour. They have updated the severe thunderstorm warning. This is a northeastern severe thunderstorm warning. Mainly taking out the portions that are in the newer warning that was issued not too long ago. Let me zoom in a little bit on that. Give me just a second. See if I can't get a few more locations. But Zealand, you're not quite in the cone, but this should be there in probably about 10 minutes or so, I would guess. Hudsonville, the first round passed just to your north for the most part, but this one's heading right closer in your direction. Be there in about 27 minutes. Grand Valley State University, Allendale. I think the strongest part of this cell may pass just here south, but still some heavy rain and maybe some hail potential will be moving in there in the next half hour or so. The Riverview Airport area will be in about 34 minutes, and eventually towards Granville in about 36 minutes. This is also on track to eventually hit, you're not in the cone yet, but this is also eventually on track to hit the Wyoming, Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids areas. Grand Rapids, we got another round coming in, probably in the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. So, and again, these are our only active severe thunderstorm warnings across West Michigan. We do continue with a special marine warning for the next little less than 40 minutes now, for the potential of larger hail of these cells out over the lake. And then it's really starting to fill in over the lake as well, which to add to this, in addition to our severe weather concerns, we also are concerned about areas of localized flooding. In fact, I meant to pass this along earlier, but our flood watch was also expanded to include Allen, Barry, Clinton, Gratiot, Ionia, Kent, Montcalm, Muskegon, and Ottawa counties. Earlier, it was along and south of I-96 from Lansing southward, but and then down towards I-94. It now includes more of our region, again from roughly the M46 corridor and points south. That is where we're a little bit more concerned about flooding tonight. Just especially in areas where we can get thunderstorms of train over the same areas for an extended amount of time, we are a little bit more concerned about flooding. So that is going to be along and south of M46 is where we're mostly concerned about that this evening. So, again, just wanted to pass along that update as well. Let's go double check velocity. Again, no signal of anything imminent. Again, these storms are elevated, so we're not super concerned about a tornado threat. And I don't see a signal of any imminent damaging winds, but definitely some signal for maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour winds near the Wyoming area, Granville, the Godwin Heights area. We're seeing some signals for 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Nothing imminently damaging or anything like that, but something we are going to be watching closely. In addition to the hail potential, just some sub-severe wind gusts in the 40 mile per hour range are possible. All right. I do have a report from 2 miles to the north of Makatawa. This is in Ottawa County of the train spotter. This is in the last few minutes at 8:36, reporting 0.70 inch hail, so just around or just under penny size hail or that storm this is near the Holland area. This is the storm we're talking about. We'll go take a look while we're at it at Hail Tracker. Unfortunately, the scan's a little bit delayed, but it is showing a signal of some potential for larger hail there in that particular area. If we go back to reflectivity, that matches up with our signal. Once again, to the purples. Taylor is asking a relatively good question. Are aerial flood watches localized to specific areas in a given county? And no, aerial flood watches are generally they're issued for entire counties. Although I will say the areas that we are typically most concerned about when it comes to flood watches is those streams, creeks, and low-lying areas that are typically prone to flooding and heavy rainfall events like what we're going to be experiencing tonight. That is what they mean by aerial. If you sometimes see those flood watches, advisories, or warnings for one specific section of a county, those are either storm-based, like they issue them for certain storms after a heavy rainfall event, or they also issue them for rivers as well, which I know just a few days ago we did have river flood warnings. This is from back on Friday towards the Lansing area. But no, aerial flood watches, they're typically issued for entire counties, but they're mainly concerned about, again, those streams, those creeks, those low-lying areas. Those are areas we are concerned about tonight with flooding. I'm hoping that answered your question there, Taylor. Anyways, I do have a couple marine reports to pass along. 2 miles to the northwest of Saugatuck, we have a Mesonet report of marine thunderstorm wind gusts at 45 miles per hour. This was at 8:21. This was at the Saugatuck Pier. And we also have 2 miles to the west of Grand Haven. This is at the Grand Haven Light Mesonet. We have a report at 7:18 of 41 mile per hour wind gusts. This was at 7:18 this evening. I'm just checking. And they did continue our enhanced risk for our state line counties. I'll try and show that real quick. I'll go to categorical. They did continue. Let me make sure it's actually updated though. Yeah, okay, it did. So they did continue our enhanced risk south of I-94, closer to the state line. So south of I-94, they did continue our enhanced risk here in the orange shading. They did continue our slight risk, which does extend up to the I-96 corridor. And our marginal risk, and the slight risk is here in the yellow. And our marginal risk, or level 1, so the orange area is level 3, yellow is level 2, and our marginal level 1 risk is for areas up to the US 10 corridor. So again, we do expect severe weather reports to further north you go to become more isolated, and further north you go, we become a little less concerned about damaging winds and more in the way of just hail reports. Once we get further south of I-96, we become a little bit more concerned about damaging winds. And once you get, especially into the enhanced risk area, we are a little bit more concerned about damaging winds, large hail, and a little bit more of a tornado threat. So let's pull radar back up. Keaton on Facebook is saying you should remind people that tornado sirens are not meant to be heard indoors. Yes, that is a very good point, and especially in the tornado watch area, we do have the possibility, not a guarantee, but the possibility, depending on how storms evolve, that tornado warnings may become necessary. And if that is issued, the tornado sirens, those are not meant to be heard indoors. Some people might be able to hear them indoors, but it's not a guarantee. And also, not every location has tornado sirens. So what we're saying by that is that should not necessarily be your primary warning method. If you're outside, sure, that's great. But we always recommend having multiple ways of receiving warnings, whether that be the wireless emergency alerts on your cell phone. Those do a good job for the higher end destructive tags, severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, or higher end flash flood warnings, for example. Those are good for that. And we also recommend, the best way I can recommend is NOAA Weather Radio. Um, that is a good method as well. Those will wake you up, especially since it's getting dark outside. This is turning to a nighttime threat. You'll want to have ways of receiving warnings tonight that can wake you up. Whether that be again, a NOAA Weather Radio, the wireless emergency alerts on your cell phone. You want ways of receiving warnings tonight before you go to bed that can wake you up. And as I've talked about that, we have a flood advisory that has just came in for Kent and Ottawa counties. This flood advisory goes until 2:45 in the morning for Wednesday morning. As I was just talking about, we are concerned about flooding in spots tonight, and that threat is beginning to pick up with the issuance of this flood advisory for Kent and Ottawa counties. This includes the Grand Rapids area. This includes the Holland area, Port Sheldon, Wyoming area, Hudsonville, Kentwood. These are the Walker area. These are just some of the warning areas that are in this flood advisory. Again, this goes in effect from now until 2:45 on Wednesday morning. This is for flooding caused by excessive rainfall. Again, this includes portions of Kent and Ottawa counties until 2:45 on Wednesday morning. Impacts minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage area, water over roadways. At 8:42 p.m., radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area. Some locations that may experience flooding include Grand Rapids, Holland, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Rockford, Zeeland, Coopersville, Lowell, Jenison, Allendale, the Ada area, the Grattan area, and Port Sheldon. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding, as it is now dark out there. This is an important thing to mention as well. It's going to be harder to see those flooded roadways until it's too late. So if you do encounter a flooded roadway, the most important thing to do is turn around, don't drown. It is not worth your safety or your vehicle to try and drive through flooded roadways. You're better off just turning around, finding another way. And if you can stay off the roads tonight, that might be a better bet once you get into the heavier rainfall, especially if it persists for a while. If you can stay off the roads until the storm passes, albeit it might be a little while, but if you can stay off the road, that might be a better bet. So again, flood advisory now in effect for Kent and Ottawa counties. This goes until 2:45 in the morning. It also appears that our severe thunderstorm warning. This is from our eastern storm. They have allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to expire. So this is for our eastern storm, I should say, that was tracking towards Ionia County. They have allowed that warning to expire. So, storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been allowed to expire. This is for eastern Ottawa County, the small sliver like Walker area, like towards the Walker area, towards some of those areas, west side of Walker. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. They do mention that severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for southwest and central Ottawa County, and that is for this cell that is passing. The heaviest part of the storm is passing just to the north of Holland. This is the storm we're talking about. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for this until 9 o'clock. And we also have a severe thunderstorm watch that once again remains in effect until 1 a.m. for south central, and southwest Michigan. So right now we only have one active severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for, again, portions of Ottawa County and the northwestern corner of Allegan County. So, and this warning continues. I do not have further updates on that one. That one could, well, actually, they just published one as I say that. We have a new, this is an update to our severe thunderstorm warning. They are continuing for the next 10 minutes. This is until 9 o'clock, and they have trimmed out northwestern corner of Allegan County. You have been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. So for areas like the south side of Holland, near the West Michigan Regional Airport area, near Castle Park, these areas have been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. With that said, you'll still want to remain inside. It's still rain. There's still lightning in this area. Which, if there's anything else with these storms, it's very frequent lightning, especially with the stronger storms. So, again, we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for southern and central portions of Ottawa County for the next 10 minutes for the potential of some quarter-size hail. Which I will go ahead and pull up this updated warning text just real quickly. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning does Alright, for northwestern Allegan County, the storm has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled for Allegan County. Again, do continue to remain inside for the potential for lightning in the area. But a severe thunderstorm warning continues until 9 p.m. So for the next 10 minutes for southern Ottawa County. At 8:48, a severe thunderstorm was located near northern portions of Holland and Zeeland, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Primary hazard of this continues to be quarter-size hail. Radar indicated is our source. We have not received any reports yet, other than the nearly penny-sized hail earlier near the Macatawa area. But quarter-size hail, radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected. That's our primary hazard. Locations impacted include Holland, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Beechwood, Allendale, the Jenison area, the Borculo area, I believe that's what that is, Bauer, Jamestown, the Riseland area, Olive Center, Eastmanville, and West Olive. For your protection, if you are in the warning area, just be on this course of least regret, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. You want to stay away from windows as well if you can, just as the course of least regret. And again, this continues for the potential for the next 10 minutes of quarter-sized hail. Okay, so we're going to go to Hail Tracker. I got a new update coming in. Northern Indiana. This is south of our area, but PDS tornado warnings in northwest Indiana. That's just to our south and not an imminent danger to us in southwest Michigan. But just a reminder that for areas along and south of that warm front, the environment is a little more conducive for tornado potential. So that is something we will be watching and hoping it doesn't sneak into our areas near the state line. But it is something we are watching for. Again, no imminent danger, but just wanted to mention that. So we'll go to Hail Tracker again real quick on this. Alright, we got a half-inch. Give me just a second while I pull up Hail Tracker. I do want to pass along near the Beechwood area in Allegan County. This is at 8:50. We have a report of half-inch hail. This is near the Beechwood area. So just northwest side of Holland there. We had a report just a couple minutes ago of half-inch hail. And our hail tracker continues to show an elevated signal for larger hail. Keep in mind this scan is delayed by just a few minutes. But north of the Zeeland area, just north of there, near the Beaver Dam area, this will be moving towards the Hudsonville area over the next few minutes. We are watching still an elevated signal for hail up. For some of that larger hail up to quarter size in diameter. Again, once you get into the purples, that's usually a good signal that there is hail. So, and we'll go back to reflectivity, and reflectivity ain't screaming, but there's definitely some darker reds and purples in there. Once you get into that, when combined with the with the vertical integrated liquid or hail tracker. That's usually a sign of some hail that could be up to quarter size in diameter. So now we'll do another storm track of this hail core, and we'll take it off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. And let me zoom in just a touch, see if I can get some more locations. Not too much. Okay. The Riverview Airport area in the next half an hour or so. Hudsonville. Let me move this back a little bit, see if I can get a few more locations actually. Give me just a second. Okay. Hudsonville in about 25 minutes. It is already raining and storming in the Hudsonville area. This is just for the heaviest part of the storm, producing the potential for larger hail. It is already thundering and lightning with rain in the Hudsonville area, but the heaviest part, 25 minutes. Grand Valley State University in Allendale. I think the heaviest part of this storm is going to track off just to your south, but nonetheless, the rain and lightning hazards do remain inside. 28 minutes. Riverview Airport area in around 33 minutes. Granville at around 36 minutes. The Walker area around 41 minutes. And Wyoming in about 42 minutes. And that's for the strongest part of this storm with the hail potential. So, alright. And again, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for West Michigan at this time. Is for our friends in Ottawa County. Kate is asking on Facebook, would you be able to expand that tracker to the Rockford and Belmont area? Thinking 50 to 55 minutes. Sure, just give me 1 second to pull that back up, and we'll track her out right there, around 30 miles per hour. That is going to take it towards the Rockford area in about an hour, we'll say. According to this, about an hour. It'll be storming a little bit sooner than that in Rockford. In fact, we got a cell moving in that could be producing some small hail. Currently not severe near the Belmont area. That will be in Rockford in the next few minutes. But for this particular severe thunderstorm, about an hour away from the Rockford area. Belmont in about 54 minutes. So, yeah, you're pretty much spot on there, actually, Kate, there. Yeah, from this particular severe thunderstorm, about 55 minutes to an hour away. And then it will also be moving towards Grand Rapids in about 41 minutes. Grand Rapids Charter Township, and there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming down now for this cell for Kent and Ottawa counties. This goes until 10 o'clock tonight. This includes the city of Grand Rapids once again. This is your second severe thunderstorm warning of the night for Grand Rapids. So, and this goes again until 10 p.m. tonight. For the potential of quarter-size hail once again. This has been the trend of these storms so far this evening. Is mainly for large hail. We're not really concerned about damaging winds just yet until either storms get going along the warm front down near the state line, or we get these emerge more in the line segments. Excuse me. Anyway, so we'll go ahead and read off the warning text on this. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern portions of Kent County, again including the city of Grand Rapids, and southern Ottawa County. This goes until 10 o'clock tonight. At 8:56 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Zeeland area, or 7 miles northeast of Holland, moving northeast at around 30 miles per hour. Once again, the primary hazard of this continues to be quarter-size hail. Continues to be radar indicated. Impact continues to be damage to vehicles as possible or expected. Locations impacted include Grand Rapids, Holland, the Wyoming area, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Jenison, the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area, Allendale, Beechwood, Ada, Borculo or Bucalo. I think that's what it is. I apologize. I'm probably butchering that name, but Cutlerville, Belmont, the Durant area. I apologize. That's another one that I'm probably messing up. Olive Center, uh, and Cascade. If you're in the areas I am highlighting here for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And in the Belmont Rockford area, you are on the northeastern edge of this warning for the severe thunderstorm warning. So, Kate, you are in the Borculo. Thank you very much, guys, for that. Borculo. Thank you. Feel free to correct me in chat. Yell at me if you need to if I mispronounce these town names. So, feel free to yell at me in chat if you need to. But Borculo. Thank you very much, guys. So what I was saying is Belmont, Rockford area, you are in the northeastern part of this warning. This is not necessarily for the storm that's in the area right now. This is for the one a little bit away southwest. That'll be there probably in the next hour or so. Jonah is in Berrien County right now, although I think he is in the... He's in Berrien County right now. I believe he's jumping on the road. We'll probably check with him here in just a few minutes. But yeah, so grew up in the Borculo area, now in Rockford. Yeah, thank you very much again for the correction there. Alright, so we'll continue with our severe thunderstorm warning till 10 p.m. We'll go to Hail Tracker again real quick just to see what that's looking like. Give me just a second. And we are still showing an elevated signal for the potential of large hail. This is at 8:51. Unfortunately, for the Hail Tracker product, our scans come in a little bit delayed on this software. And so keep in mind this is a few minutes delayed from reflectivity, but it's still showing the signal for the larger hail north of the Zeeland area, heading towards the Hudsonville area. I will say it's a little bit touch weaker than it was just a few minutes ago, but we are still watching the signal for potential hail up to quarter size in diameter. With this other storm moving into the Belmont, Rockford areas, we'll say we are seeing some small hail potential with that. Nothing, I don't think it's large right now. We haven't really seen any large hail reports yet this evening, although it's still certainly a possibility. But again, main concern right now is quarter size hail, and this is the storm moving towards the Hudsonville area. Alright, let's go back to reflectivity. I live in Three Rivers, suffering a little anxiety. This stream is helping. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad this stream's helping you out, Amber. I know Three Rivers was hit very hard on Friday, so I can understand when you're hearing there's tornado watches and stuff out and there's a severe weather threat so soon after. I understand the anxiety's high, but I'm happy this stream's able to help out with that. And thank you for hanging with us this evening, there, Amber. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I will say this, reflectivity is not quite looking as defined as it was earlier, but there's still a signal here for some hail, mainly in these purple colors right over Hudsonville, moving right towards Granville in Wyoming. And this other cell here near the Belmont Rockford area, this is where our small hail potential is. I don't see an imminent signal for large hail there, but something we are watching nonetheless. And if anyone has any reports from both of these storms, feel free to pass them along in chat or on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. We are /report. Again, that's www.westmichiganweather.net/report. You can submit storm reports to us, and we do see those. And we greatly appreciate any reports anyone is able to pass along this evening. Greatly helps us out. Take a look at one more source behind the scenes. I am not seeing any big signals of anything. No reports. So, alright. We do continue. Alright, we'll do a general reset. I know the severe thunderstorm watch just flashed off the screen. It's still in effect. Our software is just doing that lately where it thinks it's receiving an update on it when it's not actually. So severe thunderstorm watch is still in effect as it comes back on the screen. But taking a general reset of our situation, we continue with showers and thunderstorms at this time across West Michigan. I will say most of the storm activity so far has been along and north of I-96. I do expect storms to eventually fill in along and south of I-96. It may be a little later in the evening, but we are watching the potential for that to fill in. These storms up here north of I-94, north of I-90, along and north of I-96, the primary concern with these right now is hail, frequent lightning, and heavy rainfall. And we do have a flood advisory as a reminder that is in effect for Kent and Ottawa counties that goes until 2:45 in the morning on Wednesday. So again, primary concerns right now are hail, frequent cloud ground lightning, and heavy rainfall. And we do have the special marine warning that continues for this other cell west of the Port Sheldon area. And this continues for the potential of large hail greater than 3/4 of an inch in diameter. That is what our special marine warning is for. And this is another cell that, yet once again, some of these same areas have been getting hit this evening. Hence the reason for the flood advisory. It's just these cells that are moving over and over the same area. And when we get that, that's when we get concerned about flooding. So, alright. Well, for those of you asking, south of I-96, where's the storms? They are coming. Probably in the next few hours, we should see that start to pick up. So, I will actually do something a little bit different. I don't have a legend for it loaded into the system yet. Let me go to 1 hour precipitation. And this is why we have the flood advisory. Radar is indicating between 1 to up to 2 inches of rain within the past hour. Like just north of Holland and Zeeland there, along US 31 there, north of I-196. Radar is indicating between 1 to 2 inches of rain in the area over the past hour. So this is why we're concerned about flooding. That extends east towards Walker, towards Grand Rapids, towards the Allendale area. So that's why we have the flood advisory. This is where we're really concerned about areas of localized flooding, especially when you get that much of rain in an hour. That's not a very long time. The drainage systems, especially in those low-lying areas, it's going to be tough for the drainage systems to keep up. You get areas of localized flooding. All right. Kate there's reporting very strong winds in Cannon Township just rolled in. Yep, that makes sense. That would be with this cell right here. Moving in right about now. So, yep. Very strong winds. Thunder shaking the house a bit. Which, yeah, with it being colder up here, I only got 39 at the Sparta airport. 39 degrees being reported. I'm not going to get into the sciencey explanation for it, but the colder air does actually make the thunder a little louder. So it would make sense that I'd be shaking the house. And we are seeing several strikes in this area as well, which could be cloud to ground. So thank you very much for the reports there, Kate. We appreciate them. So very strong winds in Cannon Township. I'll go check velocity real quickly, actually. Okay, it's not bad. It's a bit broken. Unfortunately, we're kind of in that area where the signal doesn't really kind of get into the technical explanation. But if you're directly north and south of the radar, sometimes, especially closer, it has a little bit of trouble sometimes seeing the velocity in that area. But surrounding tells me 30 to 40 mile an hour winds may be possible, and I would not rule that out there. And Taylor says, sometime you should get into the science of that. I'm intrigued. Yep, I could definitely understand that. So, the reason this happens, this is called the zero isotop area. And it's just these areas where the radar sometimes has a little bit more trouble seeing the storm winds depending on the way the storms are coming from. Which I will say with this storm near the Hudsonville and Jamestown area, I am seeing a signal again, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. Not severe level, it's not where we're warned for it in the warning, but just be aware some gustier winds are possible near the Jamestown and Hudsonville area. Again, probably 30 to 40 mile an hour range, in addition to the potential for quarter-size hail. So, and I know this, you might see this hook feature, be a little concerned by it. We're not in the conditions up here for there to be tornado potential. These storms are primarily elevated. Our tornado potential again continues to be near and south of the state line where we have a tornado watch. So we are watching it, but it's mainly gusty wind, probably below severe levels, and hail concerns up to quarter size in diameter. And that does continue until 10 o'clock this evening for portions of Kent and Ottawa counties. So, okay. So, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning in effect across West Michigan at this time. It's just this hailer here in southeastern Ottawa County. Will be heading into Kent County. It is right about now. So, Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Granville, it's picking up. Hudsonville, especially north side of Hudsonville, you're in the heaviest part of this storm right now. You're probably seeing very heavy rainfall, maybe some gusty winds and frequent lightning, along with some hail. So, and again, if anyone has any reports of hail or wind or anything like that to pass along, please feel free to do so. Feel free to do that in chat. We are watching chat throughout the evening, and if you also got if you also go to our website as well to do that, www.westmichiganweather.net/report. That is where we have a form. It'll send you to it has a link to a form you can go fill out. That sends out the reports right to us, and we can also pass those along to the weather service. And again, feel free to mention us on social media as well. We are watching that behind the scenes as well. All right, so we've got 1 mile to the southeast of the Bower area in Ottawa County. Train spotter is reporting flooding. 2 to 3 inches of water estimated over the road near 40th and Baldwin. Again, that is 40th and Baldwin near the Bower area. We have 2 to 3 inches of water estimated over the road. So again, if you encounter any areas this evening with water over the road, do not drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. Find an alternative route. And I would suspect there will be more of that across the flood advisory area this evening as storms will continue to move through the area, likely for the next little while. So again, all right. So, all right. Kate says we always share your feed over to at the West Michigan Roads and Weather page, and we greatly appreciate that, Kate. Feel free to share our posts. Feel free to like and share our posts, including our streams here. Help it get out to more of West Michigan. We've been growing quite a bit here, especially on Facebook and really in general, and we greatly appreciate that. So they are continuing our flood advisory. This is a continuation, and this remains in effect until 2:45 for flooding caused by excessive rainfall, including Kent and Ottawa counties. At 8:42, this is a continuation of the. Let me get the new text here. Actually, just a second. There we go. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues. At 9:09 p.m. this evening, reliable reports have been received of heavy rain in the advisory area and water over some roadways. Minor flooding is already occurring. Additional heavy rain is expected tonight. As I've been mentioning, we got several rounds of storms off to the west that's going to move in through these areas. So, some locations that already are or may experience flooding include Grand Rapids, Holland, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Rockford, Zeeland, Coopersville, Lowell, Jenison, Allendale, Grattan, and Port Sheldon. Be cautious, especially at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. If encountering a flooded road, turn around and find another way. Again, remember, turn around, don't drown if you encounter any flooded roadways this evening. And I will say this, just looking at radar here, we are noticing a little bit of a kind of a hook signature or more Boeing signature near the Hudsonville and Jamestown area. Our headers, there we go. Got turned off for some reason. But let's go to velocity, and we are showing a little bit more of a gusty wind signal near the Jamestown area. Again, this does not look like anything tornadic at this time. This looks exclusively to be a gusty wind signature. We are watching it closely, but some gustier winds near the Jamestown area, near the Hudsonville area. We move towards the North Byron, Granville, Wyoming areas, Kentwood as well with time. In fact, we'll do a storm track on it, so let me get reflectivity back. And I'll do a storm track of that section, just where some gustier winds are potentially being indicated. Oops. Let me correct the light thing here. There we go. And it's moving off to the east and northeast at around 30 miles per hour or so. Let me zoom in a little bit more so I can try and get some more locations. Okay, there we go. So Wyoming in the next 14 minutes or so. Kentwood is not popping on the map, but okay. Anyways, so Wyoming in 14 minutes, East Grand Rapids in 24 minutes. Kentwood will say in the next 15-20 minutes or so. Some gustier winds are possible. Forest Hills in around 29 minutes. Cascade Charter Township in about 31 minutes. Ada Township in 34 minutes. Virginis Township, 46 minutes. The Lowell area in 47 minutes. And the Grattan area, or in about 52 minutes. So, again, this is for our section of the storm, which is showing a little bit, maybe a little bit more sign of gusty winds. Nothing imminently tornadic or nothing concerning like that, but just some signal of maybe some gustier winds in addition to our quarter-size hail threat. And that is moving into the Grand Rapids Metro, Hudsonville, Granville, and Wyoming areas over the next several minutes. We'll do another storm track of that section. Give me just 1 second. Just give me just 1 second to do that. Also at about 30 miles an hour. That is going to be the Riverview Airport area in the next few minutes. It's likely already likely heavy rainfall, maybe some hail there. The Grand Rapids area in the next 21 minutes. Again, it's already raining, potentially hailing there. This is for this portion of the storm. Grand Rapids Charter Township. Things should pick up in the next few minutes, but the strongest portion of that storm will be about half an hour. The Belmont, Rockford areas. We have this storm moving out, but it's going to pick right back up with this storm off to the west. Give it about 35 minutes to 40 minutes. It should be in that region. Cannon Township, 42 minutes. The Grattan area at 52 minutes. Belding and Greenville, this is eventually over the next hour going to be heading in your direction as well, although it'll be storming a little bit sooner than that with this storm ahead of it. Nothing currently severe with this storm, but with that particular storm, but we'll be watching it. Cheyenne on Facebook is reporting golf ball size hail in Hudsonville. All right. Golf ball size hail being reported in the Hudsonville area. Thank you so much for that, Cheyenne. So again, golf ball size hail now being reported. This is per our chat here in the Hudsonville area. Let me go check. It does make sense with the reflectivity. We'll take a look at hail tracker. Give me just 1 second. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. They have added the observed tag. So we have hail being confirmed now with us. And we are showing an elevated signal of larger hail there just north of the Hudsonville area. So that would make sense with the hail reports we're seeing there. Granville, Wyoming. This is we heading towards Grand Rapids again. Walker area, especially just to the south side of Walker, be alert for the potential of some larger hail. We have a report of golf ball size hail in Hudsonville. And this is per our chat here. I'll pull up the updated warning text real quick. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. for southwestern Kent and southeastern Ottawa counties. This is a severe thunderstorm. This is at 9:18. Was located over Jenison or 8 miles to the west of Grand Rapids, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. They have also added 60 mile per hour potential to this warning. That was for that little segment on the south side of the storm that we were mentioning a little bit ago, most likely. Source trained weather spotters. Again, we have reports of hail with this storm, in addition to the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Locations that are still in the impact zone of this include Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area, Jenison, Allendale, Ada, Cutlerville, Belmont, Comstock Park, Bauer, Grand Valley, the Northview area, Jamestown, Byron Center, and Cascade. If you are in these areas for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the basement. Again, this warning is tagged for quarter size hail, although we've had, I will say, unconfirmed reports of larger size hail. And in fact, 1 mile to the southeast of Bauer, I can pass this along as an official report from a train spotter of quarter size hail. This was at 9:17 p.m., so just in the last few minutes, of some quarter size hail in the Bauer area. So again, now that we have observed reports of hail with this storm, Shannon from Facebook is reporting pea-size hail in the Jenison area. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. And okay, so we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and Ottawa counties. Again, we have observed hail being reported with this storm now. And we are watching the southern section of the storm for the potential of elevated winds. In fact, velocity is unfortunately getting a little bit brighter there near the North Byron, near the University of Michigan Health West Hospital there. We are showing some elevated velocity signatures between 40 and 50 miles an hour. So, and east of that near Kentwood. So again, we are showing elevated velocity near the North Byron area. That will be heading towards Kentwood over the next few minutes. Eventually towards the East Paris area, towards the airport, towards Cascade Charter Township. The Carlisle area, Dutton, especially north of Dutton, and Whitneyville, especially north of there. We are watching some higher wind being indicated on Doppler radar here, potentially in the 50 mile an hour range on velocity, but could go up to 60 miles per hour. We are showing higher velocities there, so it's definitely a little more important that you get inside in this area. Be in that sturdy building, preferably away from windows and on the lower floors if you can stay there. We are showing higher winds being indicated now on velocity with the storm on the southern flank of it. North of that, we are showing hail potential observed hail up to quarter size in diameter, and we've had unconfirmed reports of larger than that in the Hudsonville area, up to potentially golf ball size as well. So again, the storm is producing large hail, and it's likely producing gusty winds as well. Grand Rapids, Granville, Wyoming, you're in the thick of the storm right now with heavy rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Hail's likely picking up as well, so not a good time to be outdoors right now in this area. If we remain inside in that sturdy structure over the next several minutes, let the storm pass on through. Taking a quick look behind the scenes. Give me just 1 second. Taking a look behind the scenes at the consumer's outage maps. We do have power outages being reported now south of the Hudsonville area towards Byron Center. So it is likely these winds are starting to reaching the surface. We are power outages being reported now near Forest Grove, near Byron Center. We are showing power outages now. Some more outages scattered about to the north of that. But we're showing a little cluster of power outages, which means these winds are reaching the ground. So Kentwood, it's going to get very, very windy, if not already momentarily. Godwin Heights, East Paris, East Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Princeton Estates, the Calvin University area. There's some areas that I'm mentioning for the potential of higher winds over the next several minutes. Okay, so I do have another report of passing along 3 miles to the northeast of the Beechwood area. This is another flooding report. Flooding reported at 120th and Riley and 112th and Riley. Water rescue happening currently. Victim states many cars in the neighborhood are partially underwater due to flooding. So, again, more and more flooding issues beginning to pop up with these storms. So again, this is the thing. We have water rescues now ongoing near the area of 120th and Riley and 112th and Riley. Victim states many cars in the neighborhood are partially underwater due to flooding. So water is starting to get quite high in areas. And again, this is a reminder, if you encounter a flooded roadway out there this evening, turn around, do not drown, find an alternative way. Not only if you get into that water and you get stuck, not only are you putting yourself in danger, you're also putting in danger the people that have to go and rescue you. You're putting them in danger as well when you drive into these floodwaters. So just don't do it. Just find an alternative way. That little bit longer of that alternative way will be worth it in the long run with your safety. Okay, so besides our severe thunderstorm warning, we are watching this storm near the Ionia area, the Orleans area, over towards Hubbardston, over towards Maple Rapids. This is currently not severe, but we are showing some higher reflectivity here, and some small hail cannot be ruled out. Okay, so we are showing some signals of smaller hail near the Orleans area, near Ionia. Again, possibly some large hail. New severe thunderstorm warnings been issued. Okay, that's south. Okay. And I'm starting to hear thunder here in Gratiot County as well, so. Okay, so let's go back to radar. And, okay, so. Okay, we have trade. This is official now, the 2 miles to the northwest of Hudsonville. This is an official report of golf ball size hail now, coming in at 926. golf ball size hail now being reported near the Hudsonville area. This is at 9:26. We've got, okay, so we now got larger hail starting to be reported with this storm, a little bit larger. Once you start getting it up in the golf ball size, that's the kind of stuff that could do more damage, not only to your vehicles with windshields and stuff, but you also have to begin to be concerned about siding, roof damage, windows being broken once we start getting into hail of that size. So, again, if you are in this area, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, I need you to get inside. And it looks like we now have flash flood warning now for portions of Kent and Ottawa County. Flash flood warning now for Kent and Ottawa County. This is observed flash flood warning that now goes until 3:30 in the morning. Okay, so again, this is a new flash flood warning that is in effect now for Kent and Ottawa counties, and as being reflected on our crawl now. Again, that is a flash flood warning for Kent and Ottawa counties. I'm going to pull up the warning text. Okay, so let's get the warning text going here. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a flash flood warning for central Kent County and Ottawa County until 3:30 on Wednesday morning. At 9:28 p.m., reports that have been received of heavy rain and road flooding across the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring and more heavy rain is expected over the next several hours. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: emergency management and trained spotters reporting flash flooding. I have shared those reports with you here. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage in low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Grand Rapids, Holland, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Hudsonville, Rockford, Zeeland, Coopersville, Lowell, Jenison, Allendale, the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area, Ada, the Grattan area, and Port Sheldon, and areas surrounding this. Be cautious, especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive through flooded roads. So again, this is a flash flood warning now in effect for portions of Ottawa and Kent counties. This is in addition to our severe thunderstorm warning, which we will focus on once again now. So Grand Rapids, Wyoming, East Grand Rapids, you're in the thick of this particular storm right now. For the potential of, they have also upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm just noticing this up to ping pong ball size hail. And it also still has the observed tag. And again, we've had reports of up to golf ball size hail of this storm. So this storm's getting a little bit more serious. We also have the potential for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Let me pull up this updated warning text. Give me just a second. Oh goodness, we got several reports coming in now from the Jenison area of hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Repeating, 2-inch diameter hail reported in the Jenison area. This is from Train Spotter reports. So 2-inch diameter hail being reported in Jenison. Okay, so this storm's getting a little more serious now, folks. These reports just in the last few minutes of 2-inch hail in the Jenison area. Let's take a look at Hail Tracker. And they're still showing an elevated signal. I will say it is getting a little closer to the radar, so this might degrade the signal a little bit. But again, large hail being reported with this storm around the Jenison area, Hudsonville. We've now had hail reported up to 2 inches in diameter. So you need to be getting inside, away from those windows, preferably on the lower floors if you can get there in an interior room, just with for just with this larger hail and gusty winds as well. It's not really a storm to mess around with. Downtown Grand Rapids, I know the big high rises there in downtown Grand Rapids, you need to be getting away from the windows. And just a good general practice, just stay away from those windows right now. Let's go to velocity. Real quick. And we are still showing a gusty wind signal near the Kentwood area, near Godwin Heights, Princeton Estates, over towards the Wyoming area. This is not tornadic. We're not concerned about tornadoes with this storm. This is mainly a damaging wind and large hail threat. I also want to real quickly pass along a couple more reports of flooding we've received. This is 1 mile to the west. This is near the Wyoming area. Train spotter is reporting, this is at 9:32, estimated 6 inches of standing water on the road near Byron Center Avenue in Floyd. And 2 miles to the east-southeast of Bauer, a train spotter at 9:30 is also reporting 4 to 6 inches of standing water. So, okay, so we're continuing to watch this thunderstorm. That's starting to get a bit on the stronger side. We've had confirmed reports up to 2 inches in diameter hail near the Jenison area. And this is in addition to the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're still continuing to show power outages on the increase near the Byron Center area, heading towards Cutlerville, over towards the Granville area. And we're showing increasing power south of Granville especially, so we'll say. So Byron Center, Forest Grove. Just some areas we're seeing some power outages. Cutlerville. So we've been seeing power outages increase in this area where radar is showing the higher winds. So that's going to be heading towards the Kentwood area shortly. So again, the storm is producing both large hail, and the hail starting to get up there in size. And we've also got gusty winds being reported with this storm as well. So, okay. So we are continuing to watch this storm that's starting to get a little bit dangerous out there in the Grand Rapids area in Kent County with large hail, wherever large hail starting to get reported, and gusty winds. So, if you're just joining us here, this is Jacob Mountain live here of West Michigan Weather. We also have Jonah Drake out in the field. He is in Allegan County right now, heading north. And we are continuing coverage of the severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and eastern Ottawa counties. I will say this storm is moving mainly into Kent County at this point. And this storm has had a history of producing large hail, and it sounds like strong to maybe damaging wind gusts as well. So again, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and Ottawa County. We did recently just have a flash flood warning issued as well for portions of Kent and Ottawa County as well, as we've had thunderstorms trending over the same area for the last little while. We've had several flooding reports start to come in. And they have updated our severe thunderstorm warning to now have a considerable tag. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Kent County. This is for the potential of golf ball sized hail. This is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning now coming in for Kent County. So, okay. So, at 9 severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. for southwestern Kent County. At 9:35, a severe thunderstorm was located over Grand Rapids, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Source trained weather spotters. Again, we've had reports of up to golf ball to 2-inch in diameter hail of the storm. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, G.R. Ford Airport, Ada, Cutlerville, Belmont, Comstock Park, Northview, Cascade. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. And again, that's why we also have the flash flood warning. So if you are in Grand Rapids, if you're in East Grand Rapids, Ada Township, Grand Rapids Charter Township, Forest Hills, Cascade Charter Township, the Grand Rapids, the G.R. Ford Airport area, Wyoming, Kentwood, Granville. You need to be inside right now, preferably away from windows, preferably on the lower floors if you can get there, and get an essential part of your home as well. That would be, of course, the least regret with this storm. This storm is producing larger hail. The kind of hail that can start damaging stuff, including your vehicles, the siding on your home, roofs, windows. So take this storm rather. I need you guys to take this storm a little bit more seriously right now. Let's go back to velocity on it real quick. We're still showing a gusty wind signal near the Kentwood area over towards Princeton Estates. That will be moving towards East Paris. It's over the airport right now. Heading Cascade Charter Township. Godwin Heights, still showing a signal of some gustier winds. But more concerning than the gusty winds, which nonetheless is concerning, is the hail right now. Last reports I've received here was up to 2-inch hail in the Jenison area. Again, for those of you that are asking about certain locations, if I am not naming your location, you are not in immediate danger. So, okay. 1 mile to the south-southwest of Jenison, Ottawa County. This is at 9:20. The National Weather Service received a picture of hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. That is tennis ball size hail. This was at 9:20, time estimated via radar. So now we've had up to tennis ball size hail in the Jenison area. So once you get into tennis ball size hail, that's the stuff that's getting destructive there. That's the stuff that that starts breaking out windows on your vehicles in your house. Starts putting holes in the siding and the roof. So again, that's very, very large hail being reported with this storm over the last several minutes and moving into the Grand Rapids area right now. Again, if you can do so safely, if you have any reports to send to us, whether it be hail or wind damage or flooding or anything of that nature, again, I need you to be able to do it safely. Do not put yourself in danger going to get a hail report or something like that. But if you can do so safely, we do appreciate those reports. You can let us know in chats, tag us with a picture if you can on social media. You can also go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net/report. We have a form you can fill out where you can submit those reports and attach. And you can also submit them, those of you that happen to be at our Discord server. With the link to that is scrolling on the bottom of the screen as well. You can submit pictures there as well. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This happens to include Gratiot County, where I'm at. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton, Gratiot, Ionia, and Montcalm counties. This warning goes until 10:45 this evening for the potential of 1-inch diameter hail, quarter-size hail. I'm going to pull up the warning text on this new warning. And this is for southern Gratiot County in central Michigan, northeastern Ionia County in south central Michigan, northern Clinton County in south central Michigan, and southeastern Montcalm County in central Michigan. Again, this warning goes until 10:45 this evening. At 9:41 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles southwest of Carson City, or 9 miles northeast of Ionia, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard again is this is quarter-size hail possible with this storm, in addition to frequent lightning and heavy rainfall. Source again is radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Ionia, Ithaca, Ionia, Ithaca, Carson City, Elsie, Eureka, North Star, Lyons, Maple Rapids, Muir, Ashley, Pewamo, Parrington, Hubbardston, Bannister, Palo, the Pompeii area, Middleton, Butternut, and Fenwick. If you're in these areas I'm calling out here, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, this is for the potential of quarter-size hail. I'm going to put on hail tracker in just 1 second. Then we'll do a storm track on this storm. And it looks like a larger hail signal is going to be near the Hubbardston area in Maple Rapids. I'm going to put a storm track on this. I'm going to put it a little bit ahead since our radar scans are a little bit delayed. So this is around 35 to 40 miles per hour. This is going to put it in the Ashley area in the next 25 minutes. But don't wait if you're in Ashley. You'll want to be indoors right now. The Gratiot, Saginaw State Game area in the next 35 minutes or so. This is heading out of our coverage area, but if we have viewers in Lakefield and Brant areas, it'll be arriving there and into western Saginaw County within the next 45 minutes. And we have a secondary area of hail being indicated near Hubbardston, east of Orleans there, near Hubbardston, south and southwest of Carson City. That signal's not quite as large, but definitely some hail there is being possibly there as well. Let's go back to reflectivity, and that matches up well with where we're showing the purples here on radar. That is where our hail is going to be. In addition to this, in addition to the hail potential, we have very, very heavy rainfall and frequent lightning being indicative of this storm as well. So again, we are continuing with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a flash flood warning across West Michigan this evening. Right now, mainly north of I-96 at this point. We are watching areas south of I-96 later on this evening. And in fact, it looks like we have a tornado emergency as a side note in northern Indiana. Kind of near the Knox area in northern Indiana, south of South Bend. That is a tornado emergency. Fortunately, that is staying south of the state line at this time, but we're going to be watching areas near the state line for elevated tornado potential as well. So, we're continuing with locally, we are continuing with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This storm near the Grand Rapids area is warned for up to golf ball size hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. We have observed reports from train spotters though near the Jenison area of up to tennis ball size hail. That is 2.5 inches in diameter. So, and we are also receiving this report coming in now from East Grand Rapids. Flash flooding being reported by the public. Report from Emping, street load flooding, street load closed, vehicles stranded. So we got more reports of roads being flooded with potentially vehicles stranded in that area near East Grand Rapids. We got a new considerable tag, severe thunderstorm warning now coming in for portions of eastern Kent and western Ionia counties. This warning will go until 10:45 this evening. This is for, again, golf ball sized hail and damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Give me just a moment and we're going to get the warning text pulled up here. Okay. So let me get that warning text pulled up for Indiana. Okay. That was just a continuation down there. All right. This was at 9:46 this morning was issued. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Kent County, southern and eastern sections, and western Ionia County until 10:45 p.m. this evening. At 9:46 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lowell, or 12 miles to the east of Grand Rapids, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard: Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated, although I must caution again, we've had observed reports of hail with this storm. Impact, people, animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Grand Rapids, Ionia, Kentwood, Walker, East Grand Rapids, Belding, Lowell, the Lake Odessa area, Caledonia, Saranac, the G.R. Ford Airport, Ada, Grattan, Orleans, Clarksville, Comstock Park, Northview, Murray Lake, Alaska, and Alto. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building if in the warned area. And your best bet, if you could get in a more interior part of your home on the lower floor, just with the hail away from windows, that would be a good bet. Again, we are showing heavy, potentially large hail being indicated from Grand Rapids Charter Township, back towards Virginia Township and Lowell. We are also concerned about damaging winds, and if I go to velocity, we are showing an elevated gusty wind signal near the Lowell area, near Virginia Township, Lowell Charter Township, Ada Township, Cascade Charter Township, and back towards Kentwood maybe as well, some signs of gustier winds. I'm not seeing imminent signs of anything tornadic with this storm, and thermos don't really support anything tornadic with these storms. This is mainly a hail and damaging wind threat. However, just be aware of that. The damaging winds, whether it's rotating or straight line, that could still do damage. So, just something to be aware of. But again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Kent and Ionia counties until 10:45 p.m. 2 miles to the northwest of Hudsonville. This is at 9:20, so about a half hour ago. Baseball-size hail report near 36th Avenue in Baldwin from a trained spotter. Baseball-size hail near 36th Avenue and Baldwin near Hudsonville. This was at 9:20 p.m., so in the last half hour. Baseball-size hail. That is destructive level hail. If you're supposed to be warned for that, that's when we get into the destructive warn category. So, again, very, very large hail being reported this evening, especially in Ottawa County right now, near the Jenison and Hudsonville areas. I have not seen any reports so far from the Grand Rapids area of late, mainly flooding so far, but I am indicating the potential for larger hail right now near the northeast of Grand Rapids, near the Grand Rapids Charter Township, near the Plainfield Charter Township, near Northview. That is another area what we're concerned about. Near the Chauncey area, heading towards Cannonsburg as well. And maybe some smaller hail and especially gusty winds near the Virginia Township, Lowell areas, Alto, the Alton area. And I'll be heading towards Belding, Orleans, Saranac, Clarksville. Let me get a storm track going. And this is going to be for the heaviest part of this storm with the likely larger hail. And let me go to hail tracker to confirm that. It looks like our better hail potential is going to be in here. So we'll go like that, move it off to the east. Let me double check the speed on that. East at 20. Okay, that's about right. So this is for the largest hail potential. Let me zoom in a little bit, actually. See if I can get a few more locales. All right. Okay, so the Grattan area in the next half an hour or so. Belding in the next hour or so. Flat River State Game area in the next hour or so. A little more than an hour. The Orleans area in the next approaching an hour, 20 minutes. Sheridan area, if this storm holds together, you're not currently in a severe thunderstorm warning, but near and south of Sheridan in about the next hour and a half or so. This is for this portion of the storm that is showing the elevated potential for large to maybe very large hail. We'll clear that storm track, go back to radar, and let's go to reflectivity. Northern Indiana, what's that? Okay, the tornado warning south of the state line. Okay, so again, we continue with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for those of you just joining us here. Kate reporting thunder and rain volume picking up in Cannon Township. Thank you for that report. I do think the strongest part of this storm, depending on where you're at in Cannon Township, I do think the larger hail, don't get me wrong, still being covered just in case, be inside, but the larger hail may stay just a touch south of Cannon Township. We will be watching closely though. But thank you for the report, Kate. Thunder and rain volume picking up in Cannon Township. Okay, we're also watching this other severe thunderstorm warned storm that is moving out of Montcalm and Ione counties into Gratiot and Clinton counties, the southern portions of Gratiot and northern portions of Clinton County. Strongest part of this storm right now is near the Maple Rapids and Perryton areas. And we'll go to the hail tracker again with that. Give me just 1 second. We're showing an elevated large hail signal up to quarter size in diameter near the Maple Rapids and Perryton areas. New special marine warning coming in for over the lake. As like I said, we got quite the pipeline of storms still to come into the area, guys. We're probably gonna be here for a little while. Okay. So we're gonna continue with this hail core. Let's go back to reflectivity. And I'll do another storm track of this section of the storm. Just give me 1 moment to get that going. And this is moving to the east, maybe a touch northeast at around 40 miles per hour. That's going to put it in the Ashley area. Let me adjust the zoom. Around 20 minutes or so. And this will be outside of the county, but those of you in Saginaw County that may be watching, Lakefield in about 40 minutes. Brant in about 43 minutes, St. Charles in about 50 to 51 minutes, and Hemlock in 51 minutes as well. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm watch coming in here. This is mainly for areas. This is for those of you in eastern Michigan, north of I-69. This is a new severe thunderstorm watch there. This is outside of our coverage area, but just a heads up. New severe thunderstorm watch likely for these cells here. So we're going to clear the storm track now. And again, so this storm is quarter-size hail primarily being warned for. In addition, we are also seeing very frequent lightning. I can hear quite a bit thunder here in Ithaca where I'm at. And while it looks like the strongest part of this storm will stay south of me for the moment, we're expecting the rain to pick up here shortly along with thunder and lightning. But our bigger concern of these storm is this storm now exiting the Grand Rapids area towards the Grattan area. It's getting into the thick of it now. Belding, the Orleans area, Saranac, and Clarksville. This is for large hail up to golf ball size in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have a flash flood warning that continues for Kent and Ottawa counties. This flash flood warning goes until just a second, until 3:30 in the morning. This is for heavy rainfall. Very, very heavy rainfall of these training thunderstorms that have been ongoing across this area. And while it looks like we might have a temporary reprieve from the heavy rainfall in the flash flood warning area once these storms leave, I must caution there's additional storm activity that looks like it could, if not move right over, it could move just north based on current radar trends. So the concerns start to increase for area towards the M46 corridor, like Muskegon, Cedar Springs, over towards Howard City, Alma, Stanton. I'm starting to get increasingly concerned. Depending on the track of these storms, flooding issues may begin to increase in these areas as well. Because flooding concerns also exist, and now we got a flash flood warning for Montcalm, Ionia, Gratiot, and Clinton counties. This is a new flash flood warning that is coming in now until 4 in the morning. This is a flash flood warning for northern Clinton and northern Ionia, along with the southern portions of Gratiot and Montcalm counties. This is a flash flood warning now in effect until
over semi truck on stream, Jacob.
All right. Thank you very much for that report, Jonah. So, Jonah was just passing along. If you saw that on the right corner, on the left corner, we have our stream up. We had a rollover semi there towards the Hudsonville area, it appears, and very strong wind gusts in excess of 40 to 50 miles per hour potentially estimated. So again, we continue with multiple. So again, very, very windy with these storms as well, in addition to the large hail threat. In fact, you can start to see what we were talking about earlier, this little Boeing segment. This is what we were talking about earlier. We can start to see that take shape here of the storm near the Saranac area. Now, with these Boeing segments, the hail concern, albeit still up there, it's still worn up to golf ball size. The hail concern will tend to decrease a little bit when it gets into one of these Boeing segments, but then the damaging wind concerns increase. And we've had a report of, again, Jonah just passed along that report of the rolled over semi. When you get winds that high, that can tend to happen, up to 60 miles an hour or so. And right now, looking at velocity, let me take the hail tracker header off. I have to do that one manually, so that sometimes takes a minute for me to pick up. But Saranac area, we're watching it, signs of gusty winds. Lowell, back towards the Virginia Township and Grattan areas. Ada Township, just northeast of there. We're seeing some signs of gustier winds there, so there's something to be aware of. In addition to the hail, we're watching for signs of gusty winds as well. And we'll go ahead and loop this, and these storms are tending to move off to the east and northeast, unfortunately over the same areas that have already been getting harder hit with heavy rain. So again, we continue with this flash flood warning. We got 2 flash flood warnings in effect for Kent and Ottawa County, and then most recently just issued for Gratiot, Montcalm, Ionia, and Clinton counties. We're going to take a look at rainfall totals. We'll go for the past hour. And we are indicating pockets of 1 to 2 inches of rain in the past hour, including areas like Maple Rapids, Hubbardston, back towards the north side of Ionia, the Orleans area, back towards Virginia Township, and then again through Grand Rapids, through Wyoming, Hudsonville. These are some of the areas that have received very, very heavy rainfall over the last hour. So, again, this is why we have flash flood warnings. Flooding is starting to become an issue here. So, we'll now go Grand Rapids. Okay. Co-op Observer in East Grand Rapids reports rain of 1.54 inches, so over 1.5 inches of rain so far. 6 inches of standing water observed as well. So, again, if anything else, in addition to the severe weather threat, these storms are becoming very heavy rainmakers, contributing to flooding problems across the area. So, okay. For those of you south of I-96, we still don't have a whole lot going on right now. We are continuing to watch storms. I'll go over to northern Indiana radar. We have a tornado-warned storm southwest of South Bend. Fortunately not quite to the level where it was earlier where we had tornado emergencies and whatnot. But this is still a rotating thunderstorm south of the South Bend area. Current trends is moving a bit off to the northeast, so depending on if this storm does hold up, We will need to eventually watch the areas near the state line for that as well, for the potential of damaging winds, large hail, and potentially a tornado threat. We are also watching more storms back towards the Chicago area. This one's taking a little bit more of a line shape. So this lowers the tornado threat a touch, although we could still have spin up tornadoes. But the flooding and damaging wind threats increase with this as well. And we have additional severe and tornado warned storms back all the way west to the Quad Cities and into Kansas. And it goes very far westward. I'll just zoom out in general. And we got severe thunderstorm and tornado watches that stretch all the way from us here in Michigan, Wisconsin, all the way down to Texas. So this is quite the expansive system we have going on here. And north of this, we are concerned about winter weather. We have a winter weather advisory for areas along the north of US 10 and ice storm warnings up in northeast lower Michigan. So this is quite the expansive storm system we have going here tonight. Let's go back to regular radar. We're going to go back. We'll start with our considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. I have not seen any updates related to that yet. No reports as of late. They are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 40 minutes as well for Clinton, Gratiot, Ionia, and Montcalm counties. That severe thunderstorm warning continues. I'll actually pull the warning text on that since we got an update there. Okay. So get that up again. Give me just 1 second. Oops. Bear with me, guys. Alright. Severe thunder. Okay, so this is at 10:04. A severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles east of Carson City, or 9 miles southwest of Ithaca, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Primary hazard continues to be quarter-size hail. Radar indicated continues to be our source. Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Ionia, Ithaca, Carson City, Elsie, Eureka, North Star, Lyons, Maple Rapids, Muir, Ashley, Pewamo, Perrington, Hubbardston, Bannister, Palo, Pompey, Middleton, Butternut, and Fenwick. If you are in any of the areas I am highlighting here, you need, for your protection, you'll want to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, preferably away from windows with the hail potential. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for the next until 10:45. And we'll take a look. Take a look at Hail Tracker again on this warning. Give it just 1 second. There we go. Our large hail signal is being shown. Cat is saying I'm 10 miles west of Carson City, no hail. Thank you for that report. I know there hasn't been too many hail indications so far near the Sheridan area, but we are watching this cell off there southwest. A track of it may put it towards that area. We are showing an elevated hail signal near the Grattan area. We'll need to watch that as it moves to the east and northeast just in case. Okay. Just checking some things behind the scenes real quick. Okay. So anyways, on our eastern storm, our hail signature is going to be located near the Perrington and Ashley areas, near North Star. It is passing just to the south of Ithaca, but in Ithaca, we're still getting rainfall. We're still getting lightning. A lot of lightning, in fact. And thunder. Let's go. We'll take a storm track real quick of this. I'll go a little bit further. I will say this stronger hail core is on its way out of the county. So, Ashley, it should be there in the next 10 to 20 minutes. North Star should pass maybe a touch to your south, but probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then in the next 20 minutes to a half hour, it should be out in Gratiot County. This particular portion of the storm moving towards Saginaw County. So heads up in Saginaw County, a warning may be eventually required for your area. We're going to go back west. They have updated our severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back to reflectivity. They have updated our severe thunderstorm warning. They have dropped the considerable tag. The considerable tag has been dropped. This is now tagged for ping pong ball size hail that is up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Let me pull the updated warning text. I do have several hail reports to pass along as well from Ottawa and Kent counties. They are ranging from 2-inch in diameter to quarters, from quarter to 2-inch in diameter hail. We got several reports of quarter size hail from East Grand Rapids, Jenison, ping pong ball size hail in Jenison as well, and also golf ball size hail also in Jenison. In Hudsonville, we have a golf ball size hail, and in Jenison proper, egg size 2-inch hail. Excuse me. We've had reports of up to baseball size hail earlier in Jenison. So these have been very, very large hail producers this evening across the area. It might be trending down a little bit, but still producing some large hail. We have a new flash flood warning that has just come in for northern Kent, Muskegon, and Ottawa counties until 4:15 this evening. This includes Muskegon, Fruitport, Cedar Springs, up towards the Ravenna area, Casnovia. Some of the areas in this flash flood warning that goes until 4:15 this morning now. So, alright, pull the warning text on that real quickly. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a flash flood warning for northern Kent, northern Ottawa, and southeastern Muskegon County. Kat is asking in chat, is that hook coming right at Sheridan 5766? There might be the hook signature on radar. However, we're not concerned about a tornado threat. Let me clear that up. For those of you in Sheridan, we're not concerned necessarily about a tornado threat. The thermodynamic profiles don't really support it. What we're looking at, however, is signs of gusty winds, and we're seeing some signs of that. If we look at radar here towards the Grattan area and taking a look, if I loop it, it is moving just north of due east. So it'll probably be approaching, at least the northern edge, we'll be approaching the 57-66 corridor with time. So just be aware of that, Kat. You might see the winds pick up again pretty soon. We're not looking. Again, I don't see the concerning signals we are seeing.
Mile marker 76. Just water. Mile marker 76.
Thank you very much for that report, Jonah. Yep, so 6 to 10 inches of standing water he was just reporting there, if you heard that. So, again, there's just been flooding issues all around the Grand Rapids metro and now heading north towards the Muskegon area, towards Cedar Springs, towards Fruitport. But back to what I was saying here. All right. Ramping up in Muskegon, wind is picking up and temp feels to be dropping. Yes, thank you very much for that report there. I do appreciate that. We are watching this cell. Currently not severe warned, but near the Fruitport, Sullivan, Ravenna areas, we are seeing some signs of maybe at least some small hail in this area. I'm going to highlight it here. Nothing severe at this time of the storm, but just something we'll have to watch in the short term. But our severe thunderstorms are in Kent and Ionia counties, and then also Montcalm, Gratiot, and Clinton counties. And in Saginaw County, I know we might have some viewers in western portions of the county. Saginaw County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to $50 size hail. Outside of our coverage area, but I know we might have viewers maybe on the western side of the county that might be watching. So I just wanted to make you guys aware of that if we do have any viewers. But we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for the next half hour for Gratiot, northeastern Ionia, southeastern Montcalm, and northern Clinton counties, mainly for the potential of hail at this time. Wind gusts should generally stay under severe limits, although we will have to watch what this storm off to the west does that might end up increasing that. Especially probably in northern Clinton and maybe southern Gratiot counties in the northeastern Ionia and southeastern Montcalm. Just something to be aware of in the short term. We're going to take a look at this storm now in the flash flood warning. I'm going to take a look at the signal for that, get the hail tracker. I am showing an elevated hail signal near the Fruitport and Sullivan areas, near Ravenna. That is an elevated large hail signal, and if that continues, I would tend to think a severe thunderstorm warning may be coming for that here fairly soon. So again, if you're in these areas, now's the time. You should be indoors anyway with the thunder and lightning in the area, but just be aware of that. Okay, so we're going to go, again, on the reflectivity radar, if I pull that back up, you can see how we got the purples into the pinks. That's your sign that hail might be, there's either a lot of hail or it's getting a little bit larger. So we'll have to watch that in the short term. So fortunately, in the southern flash flood warning, including Grand Rapids, it does look like, based on radar trends, we might be getting a reprieve, at least for a little bit. Unfortunately, we do have further rain and thunderstorm activity to the southwest that will move in with time. But there's a little bit of a reprieve. Hopefully we can get drainage systems to begin to catch up a little bit before the rain picks back up. It's not a very long break, unfortunately, so we'll have to see what happens with that. But again, several flash flood warnings, and there's our severe thunderstorm warning I was just talking about. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Kent. Let me pull that up again. Give me just 1 second. Northwestern Kent, southeastern Muskegon counties, southeastern Newaygo, and northeastern Ottawa counties. This warning goes until 11:15 p.m. this evening, and this is primarily for quarter-size hail. So that was the elevated hail signal that we were just showing you moments ago. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning. Lots of flooding in Grand Haven. Grand Haven is bad. Lots of flooding. Thank you for that, Justin from Facebook. I greatly appreciate that report, and that would make sense. Unfortunately, we've had thunderstorms training over that area for the last little bit. Let's go to Jonah for... Oh, okay, never mind. So it looks like he was wanting to come in for a minute, but never mind. Okay. So we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. Give me just a moment while I actually pull up the text. And, okay. So, northwestern Kent County.
Alrighty. Jacob, I'm going to turn my audio on and stream here. I'm going to be going after this. Cell is going to be moving into northwestern Kent here near the Ravenna area at this point.
Thank you very much for that, Jonah. So he is on his way to this cell that is moving into northwestern Kent County. Again, this is primarily warned for quarter-size hail. And again, this warning goes until 11:15 p.m. At 10:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Ravenna area, or 12 miles northeast of Grand Haven, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Primary hazard again with this is quarter-size hail. Radar indicated is our source. I'm not receiving any reports from that area just yet. We'll be watching for that. The impact damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Sparta, the Ravenna area, Cedar Springs, Sullivan, Conklin, Wright, Kent City, Casnovia, Moreland, Crockery Lake, Slocum, Nunica and Bailey. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Alright, so we're gonna. So this is our storm we're watching right here. Bulk of it's right over the Ravenna area. And, okay, so let's go to our hail tracker. Get that pulled up again. And we are showing our elevated hail signal near the Sullivan, east of Fruitport towards the Ravenna area. Keep in mind, this scan's just a few minutes delayed. So the bulk of our hail is probably moving into the Ravenna area now. So this is for the. So your hail potentially up to quarter size. We go back to reflectivity is moving into the Ravenna area now. It'll be moving towards the Cazenovia, Kent City, and Cedar Springs areas over the next little while. Let me get another storm track going. From our hail core, this is moving off to the east, maybe touch northeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's going to put it. Alright, zoom in a little bit so I can get a few more locations. Ravenna, it's in your area right about now. You're likely seeing very, very heavy rainfall, potentially some hail and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Cazenovia in the next 20 minutes or so, it is likely already raining and thundering in your area. This is for the hail portion of this storm. Kent City, 23 minutes for the strongest part of this storm. Cedar Springs at about 41 minutes. And this is outside the warning, but it already heads up for Sand Lake and Pearson, likely in the next 45 to 50 minutes or so. And Howard City eventually towards the next hour or so. Again, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning in those areas I just named, but be aware we got this thunderstorm that will be moving in your direction over the next 45 minutes and next hour. And if the storm does hold strength, a severe thunderstorm warning may eventually be required. Okay, so let's go clear that out. And I'll just do a general summary of the entire situation real quick. We continue with several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across West Michigan. One for Kent and Ionia counties, although I do suspect that does expire in the next half hour. Although I will say the strongest part of that storms is moving out of that warning. So I would suspect that may end up being dropped a little bit early if trends hold. We continue with actually, let me see what that's coming in for. Okay. So we have, this is a storm report coming in 2 miles west-northwest of Grand Rapids. Train spotter reports flash flood. This is around 10:15, so in the last few minutes. 6 to 10 inches of water across entire interstate with multiple vehicles stranded on I-196 at exit 76. So that is what we were talking about in that area along 196 and near Grand Rapids. Multiple vehicles stranded at exit 76. So again, if you're on the road and you encounter high water, avoid the high water, turn around, don't drown, find an alternative way, or better yet, just stay off the roads if you can, if you don't have to be out. Jonah, yes, he's on the road, but he's a train spotter. He knows what to do here and how to stay safe. So again, but if you don't have to be out on the roads this evening, especially along and north of I-96 right now, I'd stay off for the short term. Just let these storms clear out. It'll be storming for a while. And it looks like they did just cancel our severe thunderstorm warning that was there for Kent and Ionia County. That warning has been canceled. So again, that's what I was just talking about. The storm has moved out of the warning area. There's currently no warning for Montcalm for that portion, that storm. There is no warning, but we are still watching this storm near the Greenville, Grattan, Belding areas. Could still be producing some small hail. I'll pull up the warning text to confirm what the cancellation reason is for. Severe storms which prompted the warning have moved out of the warning area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled for eastern Kent County and western Ionia County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for northwest Kent County, and northeast Ionia County. Severe thunderstorm watch also remains in effect until 1 a.m. for south central and southwest Michigan. So again, now we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here. For Gratiot, southern Gratiot, northern Clinton, northeastern Ionia, and southeastern Montcalm counties. That warning continues for the next 20 minutes or so. And that continues to be for quarter-sized hail. We also have this newer severe thunderstorm we are watching warning for northwestern Kent, northeastern Ottawa, southeastern Newaygo, and southeastern Muskegon counties in west central Michigan until 11:15 p.m. And that one goes until 11:15. The eastern one also goes until 10:45. That's our eastern warning. And again, we'll go to that one again, take a look at that. And they did just update that warning, it appears. That's just coming into our system. They are continuing that for quarter-size hail. Let me get the updated text on that. If I'm looking away at the camera, I'm just looking to the side here, on my other screen where I'm keeping our feed here from the National Weather Service. And severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:45 for southern Gratiot, northeastern Ionia, northern Clinton, and southeastern Montcalm counties. At 10:23 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles north of Ionia to 7 miles southeast of Ithaca, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Our primary hazard continues to be quarter-sized hail. Radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected as the primary impact from these storms. Locations impacted include Ionia. And if you're in Ionia, Ithaca, Carson City, Elsie, Eureka, North Star, Lyons, Maple Rapids, the Muir area, Ashley, Pewamo, Parenton, Hubbardston, Bannister, Palo, Pompey, Middleton, Butternut, and Fenwick. I know it's the same locations from the previous update, but just as a quick reminder, as people may just have tuned in. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building if in the warned area. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms that may lead to flash flooding. As a reminder, we do have a flash flood warning with that storm. And it looks like they are adding a considerable tag to that warning for northwestern Kent, northeastern Muskegon, southeastern Muskegon, northeastern Ottawa, and southeastern Newaygo County. Heads up, Jonah, if you're hearing this, you're warned that storm is now considerable tag for the potential of golf ball size hail. Golf ball size hail now of this severe thunderstorm warning north of the Grand Rapids area. The golf ball size hail, that's when we start worrying a little bit more about damages and injuries to people, animals, damage to built homes and vehicles. Concerns increase a little bit for that. I'm going to pull our updated warning text, and then we'll take a look at the situation there again. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11:15 p.m. for northwestern Kent, northeastern Ottawa, southeastern Newaygo, and southeastern Muskegon County. At 10:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over the Ravenna area, or 17 miles south of Newaygo, moving east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is golf ball size hail. The source of this is radar indicated. Impact people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. As a quick reminder for those, in case you haven't called it already, locations impacted include Sparta, the Ravenna area, Cedar Springs, Conklin, Wright, Kent City, Casnovia, Moreland, Crockery Lake, Slocum, and Bailey. If you are in this warning, prepare immediately for large hail and deadly cloud-to-ground lightning. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure. Stay away from windows. So again, the primary threat with this warning continues to be golf ball size hail. Okay. Still just south of the state line. All right. In just a second, we're going to take a look at another storm just south of the state line. But, okay. So we're going to stick with this storm for just a couple more minutes. And we need to go south. Hold on. One second. I'm sorry, Jonah. Did you have something you needed to mention? Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, we're gonna go to Jonah here because he's on his way to this considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll see what he has with this storm here over the next several minutes. In Muskegon, thunder is increasing, lightning is cracking. Yeah, definitely very loud storms nonetheless there. Thank you for that. And okay, so Jonah gets into position. I'm also going to have to focus on this storm still south of the state line near the South Bend area that has severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings on it. I mentioned that because it is moving off to the northeast, and with time, concern is going to start increasing for areas near the state line in Cass and potentially St. Joseph counties. So areas like Edwardsburg, over towards Montville, potentially Cassopolis, the Fabius area, Vandalia. There is no active warnings in effect at this time, but just be aware we are watching this storm, and if warnings are issued for your area, that we will be covering that as those warnings come in. We have temporarily lost Jonah, but he will come back. Just a temporary feed issue due to cell signal. He should pop back in here soon. But again, just wanted to mention we are watching this storm. I know we haven't really mentioned this area in a while. That's because, well, we just haven't had any real threat in this area. But we are watching this storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes southwest of the South Bend area. And there is an active tornado warning on that. I'll look at the rotation. Nothing imminent. We are seeing some rotation near the Pine Station area south of South Bend. I don't want to focus on this too long, but I just wanted to make you guys aware we are watching this storm. And actually, I'll do a storm track real quickly, and we gotta get back up north. So let me get a storm track going. I'll track it off to the northeast at around 25 to 30 miles per hour. That's going to eventually take it, if the storm does hold together, which thermals ahead of it do support it holding together. It's going to be near the Edwardsburg area starting in the next 40 minutes or so. So across the state line just after in the next half hour. Edwardsburg, 38 minutes. Cassopolis, around 54 minutes. The Vandalia area in about an hour. Montville in about an hour. Penn in about an hour. Constantine in the next hour, 20 minutes or so. Same with Fabius and Marcellus in about an hour, a little more than an hour as well. So, if you are in these areas, just be aware there's no active warnings yet, but we are watching that potential. YouTube chat is asking, is it okay to sleep or should we stay awake? Muskegon, I will say you're not really in a tornado danger, but it's going to be very loud with the storms overhead, and we are still watching for some of these storms to occasionally produce large hail. So just be alert, be sure you have ways to receive warnings in Muskegon just in case we get a severe thunderstorm warning up there. But I'm not really concerned about a tornado threat up there, so as long as you have a way to receive warning in case you do get a large hailstorm come in or something like that, you should be okay. I would tend to think to go to sleep in Muskegon if you can with the very loud thunderstorms in the area. Northern Indiana, okay. That's just damage reports from Northwest Indiana. Okay, so we are going back to this storm that is considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Muskegon. Does not include the city of Muskegon, although you are in a flash flood warning. But southeastern Muskegon, northeastern Ottawa, northwestern Kent counties, and southeastern Newaygo counties. And this is primarily for golf ball size hail. That is the primary threat with this storm. Gusty winds, although still possible, should remain sub-severe. I'm in Niles. Mike is saying from YouTube, I'm in Niles. It's pretty calm yet. Lost power 45 minutes ago. Unfortunately, lost power. I do not think it's storm related, but thanks for that, Mike. It is calm yet. In this particular cell, just while we're at it, we'll tend to say southeast of the Niles area. However, we do have a line of storms to the northwest. Not to the northwest, to the west that we'll have to watch as well. And it looks like our feed from Jonah is starting to come back in. So again, he is on this storm and heading into northwest Kent County with the potential for up to golf ball size hail. So let's go to hail tracker on this storm. Oh, and Jonah, if you have anything, if you're listening, if you need to interrupt me, just go. Just a heads up, audio is not coming in very good on Zello. You're a little quiet on my end. Let me turn up your volume though.
If you have any concerns about the velocity signature over here near where I'm at?
I'm looking at it closer. It's probably nothing tornadic, but maybe a signal of some gustier winds. Maybe 40, 50 miles an hour, maybe. Just looking at it. So nothing immediately, nothing tornadic. The thermals don't really support that, but I see what you're talking about. It looks more like gusty winds to me at this time.
Wanted a second opinion.
Yeah. So just some behind the scenes stuff, guys.
Morning, Jonah.
So all right. So we're gonna continue with this. So
Service again, and then
as we were just confirming, we are seeing some signs of gustier winds near the right area. We are watching that, and maybe a similar signature as well near the Pewamo area south of Hubbardston. Again, none of this is tornadic. We're not really concerned about tornado threat with this activity. This is all elevated convection. Mike says should have been 2,000 customers on the south side. Thank you for that, by the way, Mike. So power outages reported in Niles. But back to our storm at hand that continues with our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back to hail tracker with that. Give me just 1 second. And Jonah's still in the area. If we notice we lost his feed, that's just a signal thing. It'll come and go but it'll come back around as needed. But our hail signal we are tracking is now near the Casnovia area. It is not quite as high as it was earlier, but we are still seeing a signal for at least some smaller hail. And I will say this, sometimes when the signal decreases like that, that could be the hail falling from the storm as well. So I'll be interested to see if any reports from the Ravenna, Kent City, or Casnovia areas over the next several minutes. So, and we'll do another storm track on this in just 1 second. Let me get the reflectivity radar back up. And our reflectivity is still elevated, but not quite as high as it was a little bit earlier too. Let me get a storm. Oh, I already have the storm track open. There we go. Give me just 1 second. All right, we're going to track this off to the east and northeast. Actually, let me back that up just a bit so we can try to get more locations. I do see we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. We will discuss that in just 1 second. All right, so Casnovia right now, actually. This says 10 minutes, but you're being impacted right now. Kent City in the next, again, right about now, but we'll continue to pick up over the next several minutes. Sand Lake in the next half hour or so. Pearson in the next half hour to 35 minutes or so. Howard City in the next 40 to 45 minutes. Subtract a few minutes from this since I did put the storm track a little bit behind to try to get more locations in there. So again, if you're in Howard City, Pearson, or Sand Lake, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but a warning may be required if this storm does continue on its current trajectory and strength. So we'll go to our new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for southern Montcalm and western Gratiot counties. This is for the potential quarter-sized hail, although I will say, and they are continuing our severe thunderstorm warning for southern Gratiot County as well. That storm is up to ping pong ball size hail in southern Gratiot, heading into southern Gratiot and northwestern Clinton County near the Hubbardston area. That is showing a little bit stronger hail signal up to ping pong ball size and diameter. Our Greenville storm is up to quarter size in diameter. How's the Ionia County warning, Kendra? That was just updated to it only includes the far northeastern section of the county near Hubbardston, but that storm is on its way out of the county. Although a flash flood warning does remain for the northern half of the county, we'll say, along and north of M21. That goes until 4 a.m. Excuse me. Give me just 1 second, guys. I gotta get a drink of water here. I'm talking for a while, so give me just 1 second. Okay, there we go. So again, we are continuing with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings now. I'm going to start with this one near the Hubbardston and Maple Rapids area. You can see the purples to pinks, even some white colors. That's generally a sign of larger hail. Hence the warning being up to ping pong ball size and diameter. Our hail tracker, as I pull that up, is showing a large hail signal near the Hubbardston and Maple Rapids area. That will be tending to move towards the Perryton, Ashley areas, North Star. It should stay just to the south of Ithaca, although Ithaca, we will need to watch this storm near the Sheridan area for the potential of large hail. This other signal near Ashley, it's a little bit weaker than it was, but still some small hail possible there. But I will do a storm track from the signal near Hubbardston and Maple Rapids. Track that off to the east and northeast. Around 30 miles per hour, that's going to put it in the North Star, Perryton area, we'll say next 10 to 15 minutes. North Star area, especially south side of North Star, in the next half hour or so. Ashley, also in the next half hour. Gratiot, Saginaw State Game area in the next 40 to 45 minutes. That will be in this. Then that will be heading into Saginaw County outside of our coverage area. I will now do a storm track from this other hail core near the Sheridan area. Let me get a speed on that. It's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So track that off to the northeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's going to put it into Sheridan in the next few minutes. 8 minutes it's showing, but it's likely starting to pick up here in the next few minutes, if not already. Crystal in the next 24 minutes. The Sumner area in the next 35 minutes or so. The Newark area in the next 42 minutes. The Gratiot Community Airport in the next 47 minutes. Alma in the next 53 minutes, and Ithaca in the next 53 minutes as well. It'll be approaching the 127 corridor within the next hour, assuming the storm holds together. Again, the primary risk of this is quarter-sized hail at this time, but we will be watching this storm as well. Let's go back, stay on the hail tracker here. We'll go to our considerable tagged warning. That signal's not quite as strong as it was, but we are still showing a signal for at least some small hail near the Kent City area. Cat says we'll keep you updated over the next 8 minutes. Just thunder and lightning, no hail currently. Thank you for that, Cat. Please do feel free to keep us updated over the next several minutes. But back to this, our hail signal. What's left of it is near the Kent City area, moving off to the east and northeast. And let me get storm track back. We'll do a storm track from that section. Off to the east and northeast. And that's going to take it into Sand Lake in the next 20 minutes or so. Pearson, 24 minutes. Howard City in the next 30 minutes or so. And Lakeview in the next around 50 minutes or so, assuming it holds together. So, again, we're going to go back to reflectivity now. And these are only active severe thunderstorm warnings in our area at this time. However, we are watching storms just south of the state line. No active severe thunderstorm warnings in our area, but we do have active severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings near the South Bend, Indiana area and Elkhart, Indiana area. If this storm holds together, we will need to watch portions of Cass County especially, and into St. Joseph counties for future warning issuance if necessary. We are also watching a line of thunderstorms off to the west, leaving the Chicago area. That'll be coming over Lake Michigan. That is also moving off to the east. And we will need to watch for a damaging wind threat, maybe a brief spin-up tornado threat with that. Tyler just joined in. Any bigger events in the hail tornado warning areas so far? Well, we have several active severe thunderstorm warnings for large hail. In fact, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for considerable tag. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Gratiot County for the potential golf ball size hail. This goes until 11:45 p.m. This is for the potential of golf ball size hail. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gratiot County until 11:45. At 10:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is located near Carson City, or 11 miles southwest of Ithaca, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail. Sources radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. And I will need to keep track here in my location here in Ithaca. It's possible I may need to, since I'm located near a window here, when it starts to pick up, I may need to temporarily move away from windows. I'll do my best to keep on the air here, but just be aware of that potential. If I do dump out, it's large hail in the area. I got to play it safe here as well. So locations impacted include Ithaca, North Star, Ashley, Perrington, Middleton, and Pompeii. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And let me get a trajectory on this, then I'll do another storm track. Yep, okay. So, just give me just a second, guys. Jonah, this is just a heads up. I am under a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. And with the trajectory of this storm, with my desk here being located near a window, it's possible I may need to temporarily get away from the windows. So I don't have your feed up at the moment. If you're able to get that back up, I may need that to temporarily dump out of if need be.
So I can take over.
Yeah, because I don't have your feed on my screen right now, but just make. Okay, I don't have your feed on the screen at the moment, just letting you know, but
See, so on the wind and it's a lot of water.
all right, so thinking of that, we're not seeing any particular signs of rotation. The thermos don't even really support tornadoes. In fact, it's only 32 at the Alma airport right now. So these thermos don't really support tornadic potential. This is mainly hail threat at this time. Very potential for very large hail, but hail nonetheless. So just checking that. No concerns of a tornado in this area, nothing like that. This is primarily a hail concern. When we go to our hail tracker on this storm, let's first. Got an open mic, Jonah, if you can hear me on tablet, I think. But anyways, down a little bit. So we're continuing with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's an update to our severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and Newaygo counties. And they have dropped the considerable tag from this warning. That is good news.
For some reason or another.
Yeah, no, I think it was the open mic on your tablet. But nope, I wasn't trying to tell you anything imminently, so. Anyways, so here's what we're looking at with that. This is now for 1/4 size hail. So this is a 1/4 size hail warning. Now for southeastern Newaygo and the northwestern portions of Kent County, this will be with us still for the next 25 minutes or so until 11:15. At 10:48 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Sparta, or 12 miles southeast of Newaygo, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is now 1/4 size hail, fortunately lower from the golf ball size it was earlier. Locations impacted include Sparta, Cedar Springs, and Kent City. If you are in these areas, for your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, this is a lower signal than it was earlier, but still some hail potential. If I go to our hail tracker, still some hail signal near the, a little bit weaker, but still some small hail signal potentially near the Cedar Springs area. They'll be heading towards Pearson and Sand Lake in the next several minutes. Moving to the east, near the Sheridan area. Kat, let us know what you're seeing. We're showing a hail signal right over your area if you're still watching us. Let us know what you're seeing in the chat if you're able to safely. That was showing a hail signal near Sheridan. That is moving off to the northeast. It will be in the Crystal, near the Staten area towards Crystal and Sumner over the next several minutes. And our other hail signal, the one that is considerable tagged, not quite as strong as it was earlier, but near the Parrington area. That's going to take it towards North Star and potentially south side of Ithaca. I still have you okay at the moment, Jonah. I think at this point the worst may slide just south of me, but I'll let you know if I do end up needing to ditch out. But I still have you here at the moment, so on stream. I'm all good there, Jonah. Yeah, just some behind the scenes stuff here, guys. So, all right. Good news is they have dropped a considerable tag from the Gratiot County warning. All right, they have dropped the considerable tag from the Gratiot County warning, so it's a little less likely I'll end up needing the ditch, but I'll let you know just in case still. Okay, so we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. Fortunately, not considerable tag anymore. It is now just a quarter-size radar indicated for this storm near the Perrington area, where we're showing this hail signal, albeit on the weaker side. We are also continuing again to watch this signal near Sheridan. In addition to we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County. That is for that storm we were just watching with you guys near the Elkhart and South Bend areas. It has now prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern portions of Cass County. So if you are listening to me in southeastern portions of Cass County, but on US 12, for example, between Edwardsburg and Mottville, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 this evening. At 10:53 p.m., this is for northwestern Elkhart County in north central Indiana and southeastern Cass County in southwest Michigan. At 10:53 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is located over the Simonton Lake area, Simonton Lake, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So a little bit larger hail there, potentially up to ping pong ball, and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. Impact. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, vehicles, and windows. Roof, siding, windows, and vehicles, Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Elkhart, Goshen, Dunlap, and Simonton Lake, Bristol, Union, Jimtown Jones, Shavehead Lake, Adamsville, and
A little bit of tree damage here at 18 Mile and Division in Kent City.
So that's Jonah. We had a little bit of tree damage here near the Kent City area. Probably from the gustier winds we were talking about. And you could just see a lot of the ponding there on the roads. That is why there is flash flood warnings in effect. So we've had several reports of flooding throughout the evening, including water rescues. So if you are in our flash flood warning areas, which there are several of them north of I-96 right now. But back to our severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Cass County. Let me check velocity on this, since this is an isolated cell out ahead of the line. Fortunately, I don't see any imminent indications of a tornado. That is something we'll be watching for, because this storm has had a history southwest of the South Bend area of producing tornadoes. And with the wind shear in place and the environment this storm is heading into, because I got 68 at Three Rivers and Coldwater, just with the environment this storm might be heading towards, we will have to watch in the short term in case something does try and spin up. Again, nothing imminent, but we are watching that. But we'll do a storm track on this thing. Let me get a loop. I will say it's not looking as well. It's not looking as organized as it was earlier. Hopefully we can keep it on a weakening trend with time. But we'll do a storm track on it. Let me do one more loop so I can get our bearings straight. It is moving northeast at around 20 miles per hour. So I'll do... Hold on, give me just a second. Get the storm track tool. There we go. Katie is asking, I will get to that in just a second, are we done for tonight in Grand Rapids? I'll explain more in just a second after the storm track, but we are not done. Most likely not done in the Grand Rapids area. So northeast at around 20 miles per hour. Let me scroll up, get to our locations. It's going to be in the Mottville area in the next 35 minutes or so. It will likely start picking up rain and beforehand, maybe some thunder, but that's the strongest part of the storm. White Pigeon in the next 49 to 50 minutes or so. Same for Constantine. Centerville over the next hour. Next hour to hour and a half will be Centerville, Sturgis, Nottawa, and Mendon. Approaching 2 hours will be Burr Oak, the Colon area, and Leonidas if this storm does hold together. Most of these locations are not in the warning. This is primarily rural areas between Edwardsburg and Montville in southeastern Cass County. But just be aware that if this storm does hold together or ramp back up, severe warnings, additional warnings may be required for Cass County. So treat this as an early heads up. In the areas, most of these areas I just highlighted, we are watching this storm. And additional warnings may be required if it does hold it together or get picked back up a little bit. Now, Katie's asking, are we done for tonight in Grand Rapids? And unfortunately, we are not done. We are seeing additional rain moving in the area now and thunderstorm activity. Near the South Haven area that is moving off to the east and northeast. So there will be additional thunder and lightning in the area as well, and we will need to watch for at least low-end severe weather threat continuing as well. Remember, we are in a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. tonight for the Grand Rapids area and areas north of I-94. The tornado watch does continue until 2 a.m. for areas areas south of I-94 towards the state line, so our state line counties. So we will be watching this line of storms for maybe some hail and gusty wind potential up here into Grand Rapids, but otherwise just some additional rainfall, which is not going to be helping the flooding issues we have with several flash flood warnings in effect north of I-96, including Muskegon, Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, and Gratiot counties are all under flash flood warnings. So again, very, very heavy rainfall north of I-96 so far this evening. Between I-96 and M46 corridors especially. It's been hit very hard by rain this evening. So, again, we only have a few severe thunderstorm warnings at this time along with our flash flood warnings. We have this one near the Sheridan and Crystal areas that is southeastern Montcalm and western Gratiot counties. That is for this storm near the Sheridan and Stanton areas. And this is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. So we'll go to, and then we also have this other severe thunderstorm warning near the Ithaca area, near North Star. This is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail as well. Earlier, this storm was up to golf ball-size hail on this warning, but unfortunately, that signal kind of went away shortly after, and I have not seen any reports from this area yet. So hopefully, I'm sure there was hail there, but hopefully it wasn't too large, too significant. But that storm is sliding in the North Star right now. It'll be in near the Sickles and Edgewood community. Emerson Center will pass just to the south, the Rathbone area, I think that is. Laneport and Galloway. It's some of these smaller communities that are being listed on the map. But that will move off to the east and northeast and be out of the county probably in the next 20 minutes to half hour or so. This storm near the Sheridan and Crystal area is showing a little bit more of a hail signal. We'll go to our hail tracker, and that's still showing an elevated hail signal near the Sheridan and Crystal areas. That is going to tend to move off to the northeast, and I will do another storm track here in just a moment. Let me get our storm track tools up. Back that off to the northeast. That's going to eventually put it. They're updating our severe thunderstorm warning for Cass. Okay, get back to that in just a second. So that will be putting it. Let me zoom in a little bit, try to get some more locations. They did just drop for our eastern Gratiot County warning that has been canceled. So for the Ithaca, Ashley, North Star areas, that warning has been canceled. The storm has weakened below severe limits. But tracking this one near the Crystal area, it'll be in Crystal, if not already, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Eventually moving towards the Sumner area in the next 20 minutes. Alma in the next half hour or so, a little more than a half hour. Eventually towards St. Louis in the next 42 minutes. Next 40 minutes or so. In the Co area, that's in southeastern Isabella County, in the next 44 minutes. And Wheeler, you're at the end of the cone, so I'm not going to get you in there. So probably the next 45 minutes to a half hour. And eventually in the southwest Midland County as well, the storm will be tracking. Kat is letting us know in chat it has passed over me. I'm one road away from 5766. No hail happened here. Not sure about Sheridan in town. Thank you for letting me know that, Kat. That is good news. It does look like the hail signal, depending on where you're at, may have passed just a touch to your north. Barely any rain or storm here at this time. Thank you very much for that information, Kat. I'll go back to reflectivity here so we can check on that. Yeah, just mainly right rain at this time. Cedar Springs, I'm seeing that in the chat. Mainly just heavy rain, maybe some small hail. In fact, we do have Jonah's feed on the left side of the screen, right there near Cedar Springs. And yeah, very, very heavy rain, frequent lightning, potentially some small hail, but otherwise nothing. And maybe some gusty winds, but otherwise nothing of too significant at this time. No severe warnings in effect or anything like that. Although the Cedar Springs area does remain under a flash flood warning that goes until 4:15 a.m. Wednesday morning. Taking a look at velocity, I'm not really seeing anything too significant, although maybe I would not rule out some sub-severe wind gusts. So, okay. So we're going to go back to our severe thunderstorm warning near the state line, and that storm continues to look relatively unimpressive. No sign that's still continuing with that severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Cass County for the next 25 minutes or until 11:30, but that storm's continuing to look relatively unimpressive. We'll check Hail Tracker. Not a very impressive. It's not a very impressive hail signal at all, so if that trend continues, I do not think an additional warning will be extended into St. Joseph County, but we'll have to watch this in the short term as well. Besides that, we are watching this additional line of storms out over the lake that will eventually be moving towards our lakeshore. This could be producing the potential for some damaging winds as well. I mean, I'm not extremely concerning signal at this time, but we will need to watch this for the potential of damaging wind gusts, and maybe, especially if you can interact with the warm front, we may have to be concerned about the potential for brief spin-up tornadoes, but nothing overly concerning at this time on radar, but we will be watching that as well as it moves on shore. So heads up for areas like Lake Michigan Beach, St. Joseph, Bridgman, New Buffalo, Stevensville, eventually over towards Berrien Springs and the rest of Berrien County, into Van Buren County as well. If this warning, if this storm does hold its current strength, I would not rule out at least statements, if not warnings, in this area. Lansing, you're not seeing a whole lot right now. Most of the activity has been to the north. You might be seeing some drizzle, but I am expecting that rain and thunderstorms will begin to pick up in the Lansing area probably in the next hour or two as these storms move on shore and additional rain out ahead of it moves in. So give it a couple hours in the Lansing area and things will probably begin to pick up. It'll be unknown if it's severe or not. We'll have to keep an eye on trends, but just be aware we do expect storm activity in the next couple of hours to pick up in the Lansing area. So we only have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings across West Michigan at this time. Our main one we've been watching is in eastern Montcalm and the western Gratiot counties. Again, for even this one's starting to not look quite as impressive as well. In fact, for our friends in southeastern Cass County, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning there for Elkhart County, Indiana, and Cass County, Michigan. That warning has been canceled. So that warning has been canceled. So we only have one active severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the moment, across Michigan. We'll go look at that real quick. That is near the Stanton area, Crystal, Sumner. This is the storm in southeastern Montcalm County that will eventually be moving into western Gratiot County. I will say it's lifting off a little more north of due east, so potentially more northwestern Gratiot County. This warning continues for the next half hour or so, mainly for the potential of quarter-size hail. We will take a look at hail tracker. Give me just a second. Get that loaded up. Not quite as intense, a little bit on the lower end, but still some signal for potential small to large hail, maybe up to quarter size near the Crystal area, near County Road 522, and that'll be moving off to the northeast into northwestern Gratiot County. So areas probably north of Sumner, more towards the Alma, the Elwell areas, Riverdale area, eventually towards Forest Hill, maybe Vestaburg as well. Just be aware we are still watching this storm with the potential for hail up to quarter size in diameter. We'll be eventually moving towards that area. I am aware of the shape of it. It looks like it's a hook a little bit, but we're not really seeing anything super concerning on velocity. And these storms are relatively elevated, and it's primarily a hail threat at this point, looking at thermodynamics. Again, we have 32 degrees being reported at the Gratiot County Airport. So, speaking of that, once we get north of US 10, in fact, we're seeing some of those signals here. Some signals for mixed precipitation, could be sleet or freezing rain. In fact, the winter weather advisory does remain in effect for areas along and north of US 10 in this purple shading. This is for the potential of freezing rain overnight. So just something we haven't really talked about when we've had severe warnings in effect, but we are watching for freezing rain potential. Really north of M46 to start, and then really north of US 10 overnight into tomorrow morning. And we do have ice storm warnings in effect as well for northeastern lower Michigan, for it's like Grayling, Houghton Lake, West Branch, Alpena, Harrisville, some of the areas that are in the ice storm warnings. So again, that is just a quick look at that situation up there. So again, not really any severe weather up there, just some thunder, lightning, and maybe even some mixed winter precipitation up there. So we do continue with our single severe thunderstorm warning for Alright, just a second to adjust that a little bit. Yep. Okay. So we'll take a quick look since the hail signal is somewhat decreasing. Let's just take a look at the rainfall situation. I'll go storm total rainfall. And some of these green shadings towards yellow, that's 2 to 3 inches of rain being indicated. This is per Doppler radar, so it may not exactly be accurate, but areas like Ashley, Maple Rapids, Hubbardston, towards Carson City, North of Ionia towards Virginia Township. That's 2 to 3 inches of rain being indicated so far tonight on Doppler radar. And that is why we have flash flood warnings in effect for areas north of between I-96 and M46. That's why we have flash flood warnings. This bands of very, very heavy rainfall throughout the evening has resulted in several reports of flash flooding. We've had reports of water rescues throughout the evening. So if you don't have to be out on the roads, don't. But if you do have to, if you encounter a flooded roadway, don't drive through the water. Turn around, don't drown. Find an alternative way. I know that that alternative way may take longer, but wherever you get there a little bit, get to your destination. If you have to be out a little bit later, get there safely, then you have to be rescued or worse. So, again, if you encounter flooded roadways, turn around, do not drown. Again, there's another one of those bands stretching from near Greenville through Grand Rapids, back towards Port Sheldon, the Hudsonville, Granville areas. And then we got another band showing up between Grand Haven, the Ravenna areas, over towards Casanova and Kent City. Jonah on our stream has been reporting a few locations of potential of flooding, as well. So again, a lot of water out there this evening, and we expect more rainfall throughout the night. So again, if you encounter any flooded roadways this evening, do not drive through it. Find an alternative way, or if you can wait it out until tomorrow morning, things will begin to clear out tomorrow morning for sure. If you can wait it out till then, that would be better, but just something to keep in mind as well. Alright, so we'll go back to reflectivity. Let me turn the hail tracker header off. Austin saying appreciate you from Muskegon County. I'm in the Wolf Lake area. Pretty quiet right now. Yeah, just a lot of rain there. Maybe some thunder and lightning. You are in the flash flood warning there, but otherwise nothing too much really going on there. So we'll go back to our one severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for the next half hour. It's still moving in the northeastern Montcalm County now, probably in the northwestern Gratiot County. It'll be interesting to see if they extend this or not, as it's getting ready to exit the warning area. So we'll have to see what happens with that in the short term. They're canceling the marine warning. I will say a little bit of good news with the marine warnings. If I can try and get it to pop up. Indicating wind gusts to 40 knots and small hail. They are only going on to 40 knots with the winds on these special marine warnings. So, alright, our radar, it's glitching a little bit. That's just a new scan coming in. And there it goes. So, we'll have to continue to watch this line of storms as well. Stretching from near Holland down to New Buffalo Townships, getting ready to move on shore if it hasn't already. We'll need to keep an eye on this for additional potential for damaging winds, strong to maybe damaging winds, and additional heavy rainfall. Although it's not looking too impressive by now, we'll have to watch it as it gets on shore, especially towards the state line. There is a severe thunderstorm warning near Gary, Indiana. That section of the line's a little bit stronger. And so the threat's not over yet, but we are fortunate that most of the big tornado damage has remained to our south so far in northwest Indiana. The night's not over yet, but hopefully we can get through the rest of this night relatively unscathed, especially near the state line, which I know has been hit very, very hard on back on Friday. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it throughout the evening here, and we'll continue to have updates as warranted. Anyways, back to our severe thunderstorm warning. They're near the Sumner areas where we're looking right now. We'll go to our hail tracker, and still showing a little bit elevated signal of at least some small hail. Potentially maybe a little bit larger hail, maybe penny to quarter size, but it's not looking as impressive as it was earlier if I looped this. You'll notice how it's not really looking all that impressive. And the rain has picked up again. I can hear it here in the Ithaca area where I'm at in Gratiot County. It's raining pretty good here. That cat was saying in the chat, definitely using the sump pump extra. I can hear it kicking on and off constant. Yep. Sump pumps are going to be going quite a bit across this area, just with all the heavy rain that's been falling and the additional rain that will fall throughout the night. So okay, again, so just one severe thunderstorm warning. Let me do one more storm track on this. So Heaviest part of this storm were the potential hails near the Crystal and Sumner areas, in addition to heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. We'll take that off to the northeast, and around 30 miles per hour, that's going to take it towards the St. Louis area in the next 29 minutes, Co area in the next half hour. Alma, the strongest part of this storm, may go just to your north, but you're close by, so we'll say 25 minutes to a half hour. Expect this storm to be nearby. Strongest part of this storm, based on current trajectory, looking at the loop, may tend to go northwest of Alma, but we'll keep an eye on it. I know the signature of it on radar is looking a little bit concerning, but we go to velocity. Definitely no signs of anything. It's an elevated storm, so we're not really concerned about tornado threat with any of these storms up here. We are not concerned about a tornado threat. So again, outside of this severe thunderstorm warning, we have no active warnings besides that. And a lot of this right now, so far, is appearing to just be general thunderstorm activity with heavy rainfall. Maybe a lot of lightning with this activity as well. But it's just looking like heavy rainfall, which I think we're beginning to transition towards for areas north of I-96 so far. We are beginning to transition towards a heavy rainfall threat. Just as a reminder, for areas towards the US 10 corridor, we are watching for freezing rain potential during the overnight hours. And on our Facebook page, on our social media pages, if you look earlier, we did put out school closing potential for areas near US 10. There is a medium risk we put up there of school closings, just with the freezing rain, especially on elevated surfaces. We may have to look for some potential, especially north of US 10, of some localized power outages. That, combined with slick conditions, especially on bridges and overpasses, may lead to some potential school closures up there. So, and then we also do have a minuscule risk down near the state line for the severe weather potential. However, concern's not zero. We have a tornado watch in effect until 2 a.m. But I will say the severe threat might be transitioning from that strong tornado threat we were looking at earlier. Potentially, thankfully, that has transpired south of the area. We're transitioning more towards likely a strong and damaging wind threat, although we cannot fully rule out with the shear in place a brief spin-up tornado, especially down near the state line. So we'll take a look at this storm. We have severe thunderstorm warnings active for down near the... Okay, that's going to primarily, as of right now, stay south of the state line. We have no active warnings in southwest Michigan. I'll take a look at the velocity signal. Yeah, nothing super impressive, but maybe some gusty winds there heading into New Buffalo Township, the Bridgman, Stevensville area, St. Joseph as well. Not super impressive at this time, but we'll be watching it as it moves on shore just in case. So, and then other than our severe thunderstorm warning, a lot of what we have is flash flood warnings for areas north of especially along and north of I-96 from Holland, roughly from, say, Holland to St. John's and points north. We have flash flood warnings in effect. Just this area, we're seeing a lot of rainfall tonight, and it has resulted in some flooding issues. So, again, not too much really going on right now, just our severe thunderstorm warning for the heading now into northwestern Gratiot County, the strongest part of this storm. We'll go back to hail tracker. On that, we're still showing a little bit of a potential large hail signal between the Sumner and Vestaburg areas. And Jonah's letting me know he'll be back in. Okay, so new hail tractor scan coming in. Just looking at some stuff behind the scenes. Definitely still showing a bit of a signal there. Now north of Sumner, that's gonna be heading. Looks like primarily west of Alma, towards M46 there, west of US 127. Yeah, it's definitely on the downward trend. In fact, I think they just left. Okay, they just updated a severe thunderstorm warning to remove Gratiot, not Gratiot, Montcalm County. Now only includes a small northwestern section of Gratiot County, mainly north of the Sumner area, over towards Riverdale, Elm Hall, and the Elwell communities. You're still in the severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45. This is primarily for the potential of quarter-size hail. Again, this is a relatively small warning, mainly for the potential of quarter-size hail. I'll go back to reflectivity. Let me take the header off, and yeah, we still see a signal of some hail up to quarter-size hail in this purplish area. That's where we're watching for this. If nothing else, heavy rainfall and frequent lightning with this storm as well. Okay. Just checking some stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, quite a lot of flooding pictures coming in from around the Grand Rapids area, so definitely quite the impactful flooding event across the area. Multiple reports of water rescues from the Grand Rapids Fire Department. So, yeah, this is quite the impactful flooding event across the Grand Rapids metro area this evening. So, okay, so we're still going to hang out with you guys for a few more minutes, just with the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northwest Gratiot County. And, yeah, this is for a small corner. It looks like Jonah's coming in now on our feed again. Welcome back, Jonah. Okay, so give Jonah a minute to come in here and bring him in again. Right, so. Okay. Hello, Jonah.
Hello.
I think let me double check the echo. Let me turn down Discord. Hopefully that fixes the echo a little bit. I don't have it on stream. It's just not sure what's going on with the.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's because I got the listening on the headphones on OBS. Give me just a second to turn that off. All right.
Yep.
Give me just a second, guys. We're doing behind the scenes stuff, so just 1 second. Enhance audio. Okay, I think that should take care of the echo. I think so.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. So, Jonah, do you want to take a minute while we got not too much going on here? Just kind of.
Sure. So obviously we've got the ongoing flash flood warning and the little remaining severe thunderstorm warning there. I didn't have much luck today. Went down to far northern Illinois, northern Indiana, near the Michigan City area. I was hoping to get some supercells as they came into lower Michigan, and they just didn't materialize. there's a little bit of a cap down there. There was a lot of cold air coming off the lake, and it just kind of hindered convective development or thunderstorm development down in that area. And so when I started seeing all the hail in Ottawa County, I made the decision to head back north and take a look at what was going on here. I was able to get into Kent City and get some half-inch hail. It was warned for golf balls. Never really saw any reports of that, but there were definitely some reports along I-96 earlier that were pretty significant. I'm sure Jacob was talking about them. So from a chasing perspective, not a good, didn't have much luck tonight, but there is obviously a significant amount of flash flooding going on. It's the first time we've had flash flood warnings in our coverage area in over 6 years since the inception of West Michigan weather. So a pretty historic night for us. And thankfully, we've avoided the tornado threat that we were getting increasingly concerned about earlier this afternoon. So all in all, could have been worse.
Yeah, absolutely could have been worse. I will say this, though. This line that we are tracking along this is south of the state line, but I do want to mention it. Yeah. It's like weather-wise is starting to give me issues. Give me just a second. I'm going to restart weather-wise, guys. It's been running for a while, so it's probably a little bit of bugginess with that. So be right back with radar here. Okay, there we go. Back with you here. Anyways, this warning down near the state line that include west of South Bend. This is Stark and LaPorte counties. They have tagged this with a considerable tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. This is south of the state line, but there's this section of the line we will need to really be watching, I think, as it continues to come on shore. So pretty much along the US 12 corridor and along our state line counties. We'll have to watch for at least for potential severe thunderstorm warning issuance if this section of the line continues to strengthen. And looking at velocity, I am seeing an increasing velocity signal.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Southwestern Berrien County, like the Bridgman area, New Troy.
Yeah.
So, just something we will be watching. I would not be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning come down for Berrien County eventually. I am seeing maybe a little bit. Nothing immediately tornadic, but actually new scan coming in that kind of went away. But some subtle signs of potential rotation, but nothing imminently tornadic. This is mainly a straight line wind threat at this time. And then truthfully, as it transitions to this line kind of deal, as it's been expected to transition to, that will become the primary threat. Although, especially near the state line, we will still need to be careful for the potential of maybe a brief spin-up tornado or two. Probably not the strong tornado potential we were looking at earlier. That's starting to become less and less likely. But damaging wind gusts would probably be the main threat down here, and maybe a spin-up tornado or two. And once you get north of really I-94, it's looking more and more like a heavy rain threat. Still some gusty winds. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Gratiot County, but that storm continues to look less and less impressive. And I think this warning will end up being dropped here very soon. So,
yeah, I'd agree.
I think that's an overall look at the situation there.
Yeah. Far southern Berrien County is kind of where I'm focused right now. That hail core is pretty close to you guys, especially if you're in like New Buffalo Township, if you're south of US 12, Bertrand, Three Oaks, Galleon.
Marquise is asking about the Rockford area. Rockford at this point, it's probably mainly just heavy rain and lightning for the most part right now. So, not really concerned right now. Doesn't mean the threat's completely zero there, but it's been raining there a while. That's kind of overworking what its ability was there. Again, it was mainly elevated up there, so. But
it looks like we do have some freezing rain starting to mix in along US 10 there.
We can go over to we get our winter river radar going. Make sure I get the right header. We'll switch to that. Go to precipitation type, and yes, we do have maybe some sleet and freezing rain mixing in along the US 10 corridor, and even some signals up to, at least on this system, up down to around Big Rapids and Mount Pleasant. Again, this is not 100% accurate, and with observations there, it could be sleet or it could be rainfall as well. But our area that we've been watching is along the US 10 corridor. That's where we've been a little bit more concerned about freezing rain tonight. And it looks like that is starting to transpire, especially points north of there. So we'll go back to our active thunderstorm there. This is south of the state line, but we are watching this section of the line. As it comes near the state line, we would not be surprised to see some warnings come down for potentially Berrien County with time. But Michigan City, points south of there, they're probably getting some very, very gusty wind. Probably some larger hail there as well. I believe that is ping pong ball size. Correct. So, okay.
Have you covered the new mesoscale precipitation discussion at all, Jacob? That just came out a couple minutes ago.
I have not had the opportunity to get to that yet.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it basically just says pretty much across our entire area, multiple rounds of training thunderstorms are creating an ongoing flash flooding threat that's expected to continue for the next several hours.
Yep, that would make sense, unfortunately, because really the areas that don't really need the rain along north of that Holland to St. John's line I've been talking about, unfortunately, is getting more rain, so more heavier rainfall. So again, if you encounter any flooded roadways, don't drive through them. There's already been water rescues all over the place this evening, what I've been seeing. So,
yeah.
Oh, and at least for the moment, we got no active severe thunderstorm warnings in West Michigan. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for that small section in northwest Gratiot County.
Excellent.
So, for the moment, we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't plan to go anywhere, at least for a little bit. Just wait, at least until. So I'm kind of suspicious about this Berrien County section. So,
yeah, if it goes on for a little bit and we don't have any new severe warnings issued, granted, flash flood could be argued that those are severe warnings, but we are not going to sit here and cover flash flood warnings for 6 hours.
Yeah, no. I've already been talking quite a bit here, so
yeah.
Again, just watching some gustier winds, not severe at this point, but potentially 40 to 50 mile an hour winds across portions of Berrien County, like towards Berrien Springs. It's moving in the Eau Claire area, up towards the Sodus area, over towards the New Troy, Free Oaks, Galion areas. This is not severe at this point. The severe portion of the line is south of the state line towards Michigan City and LaPorte in Indiana. But we are watching. This is the section of the line we are going to be watching, at least for the next few minutes. If there's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning or a special weather statement, it's going to be in Berrien County, maybe in Cass County as well with time. But it's not looking. Of course, this is also a few thousand feet up, so probably 40 mile an hour winds or so, maybe up to 50 locally at the surface, I would figure, with that. So let's go back to, you know what, I keep forgetting the winter weather header was manually triggered, so I forgot that it doesn't automatically change. Okay. So there we go. Let's go back to that since we focus on this for a little bit. But otherwise, in addition to the gusty wind potential, there's a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, especially south of the state line, but really up here too. So
yeah, freezing rain, maybe some sleet up near Clare, Reed City, Mount Pleasant.
Yep, we're watching that too. We haven't really been focusing up there since we've had severe weather throughout the evening, but yep. That might be thunder freezing rain up there potentially.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, we're seeing some lightning strikes up there up near the Clare area, up north of Reed City. This could be thunder, freezing rain potentially up there, which could enhance the freezing rain rates too. And that is why the winter weather advisory. I'll check again real quick. Last I knew was 0.2 of an inch. It still is. Okay, up to 0.2 of an inch ice up there, and that's kind of why. Because that thunder, freezing rain, that's indicative of heavier rainfall rates. Now, the heavier rainfall rates, I kind of discussed this in the discussion. That might actually help out the roads a little bit, just because the heavier rain rates, that's going to run off. But what that's not necessarily going to help is the elevated surfaces. Think your tree limbs, your power lines. That's just more ice that's going to stick up there, and then we have to start. In fact, we kind of mentioned this. It was kind of mentioned in the advisory, the potential for, we cannot rule out some localized power outages north of US 10 because of that. And with winds up to, I think it was around 30, 35 miles an hour too. With that wind and the weight on the tree branches and power lines from the ice, that could cause some problems. Question in chat: are you only doing Michigan? Yes, we're primarily focusing on West Michigan here in this stream. So, someone on YouTube was asking that. So, just an overall look at the situation real quick. Let me zoom out one more. Got freezing rain up towards the US 10 corridor. Non-severe heavy rainfall makers across between I-96 and M46 corridors. We are watching this section of the line down towards the state line in Berrien County for some potential of strong to maybe damaging winds with time, depending on the strength of it. So, okay. Go back. Jonah, you have anything you want to add real quick? I know we're kind of.
I am just trying to get a little bit of a standalone social media radar update out. So you're good, man.
Okay, awesome. Just making sure. So
yeah, you're good.
Take another look at our variance section of the line. And unless I see a warning come through in the next few minutes, I think it's possible that we may take a break, kind of regroup, recharge a little bit. We're not going anywhere, though. We'll still be here throughout the night, at least until 1 to 2 in the morning when our watches expire. We'll still be here watching, and if we do get another warning, we'll be right back with you. Even if we do take a break, we'll be right back here with you, or at least I will be anyway. So
I'll be here.
Yep, Jonah will be here as well. So we are watching. Might have to kind of watch that towards Buried Springs. Not overly concerning to me at this time, but kind of watching maybe a little bit of weak rotation there. Not overly concerning, but just something to watch in the short term. Although just generally gusty winds, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. Now moving through the Berrien Springs area, and we'll be moving into Cass County with time as well. Observations there. We are in, generally from what I'm seeing here, mid to upper 60s. We still got 68 at Coldwater, but temperatures are dropping, which will not completely get rid of the severe threat, but with time will kind of limit it as well. So, themes. Nothing coming through on my IEM feed, but have you seen anything come in behind the scenes?
I have at all? Not, no. Not since they issued that mesoscale discussion and canceled that warning.
Okay, so we've been a lot of reports I've been seeing so far is flooding. That's been kind of the big story so far this evening.
Yeah, which we knew was a possibility.
Yeah. Okay. back to reflectivity. Yep, just a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds, and I'll go ahead and show this south of New Buffalo especially. This is the cell we've been watching just south of the state line. This one has a little bit more hail potential. We'll go to this just real quickly. Take a look at hail tracker on that. Stronger hail signal is south of the state line for sure, but just
I
something
wouldn't rule out seeing a little severe thunderstorm warning there quite yet.
Yeah. Yeah. How's Howard City looking? Mackenzie from YouTube's also saying hi, Jonah.
Hi, Mackenzie.
Yeah, so we'll go up to Howard City real quick. Pop a radar view back on. Howard City, it's just a lot of just heavy rainfall and some lightning. Michael on Facebook saying, you guys are great. I'm still going to stay up, but you give me a little more calm with 2 kids. I very dislike heavy storms at night. Yeah, I totally get that, especially with kids. So
yeah, and it's a good idea to stay up. Like,
yeah, I mean,
doesn't hurt to be weather aware, especially if you don't have like a weather radio or something in your home. Like,
I don't have really any way that would wake you up. That's not a bad idea, just to kind of just stay up. I mean, all right, what do we got here? Okay, that was just a tornado report from Northwest Indiana. That's all that was. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, a strong tornado threat did stay south of the state line, more in the Northwest Indiana, fortunately. But
yeah.
Okay, so not a whole lot to really talk about right now. We'll just do a general reset, and we're just hanging around for a couple more minutes, see if we're going to get a warning for portions of Berrien County. If not, we're probably going to, as we mentioned, temporarily take a break. But overall, our situation right now is we are watching rain across most of the area and thunderstorms. Up towards US 10, there's potential for freezing rain and thunder freezing rain. A winter weather advisory remains in effect for Clare, Osceola, and Lake counties. That goes until 2 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon. Again, that's for the potential of freezing rain. Again, between US 10 and I-96, it's mainly rain and thunderstorm activity. We do continue with flash flood warnings between the I-96 and M46 corridors, where continued heavy rainfalls resulted in a lot of flooding issues this evening. South of I-96 really, I think, is going to be focused for limited severe weather potential this evening, mainly in the form of, I'll say we're transitioning away from a large hail threat from I-96 south, more towards a gusty wind, potentially damaging wind threat with these line segments. Like we're watching this also towards the Allegan, Paw Paw areas. Take a look at velocity. Maybe some signal of gustier wind there. Not really concerned of a tornadic threat with this or anything like that. Just mainly some gustier winds in addition to heavy rainfall and frequent lightning.
Yeah, I will say the velocities down there have been slowly creeping a little bit more towards the state line there.
Yep, on our severe thunderstorm.
Just a little bit.
Yep, so mainly it's if you're south of New Buffalo Township and Free Oaks there. Southern Berrien County is not officially under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are starting to see some signals of those higher velocities kind of creeping up in there. So I'm indicating, let's see, 50, 60 mile per hour winds in there. It's a little bit elevated, so not all that may be reaching the surface, but probably, we'll say 50 mile an hour winds, although it is warned for up to 70 mile per hour winds, so just something to be aware of that. Again, that's why I've been kind of hanging out, just in case a warning does get issued. Otherwise, we're watching this section of the line as well, approaching the Dowagiac, poking on areas as well. We'll do. We don't have the line track functionality yet on our system, but we'll do a storm track. I think storm motion is 30. Give me a second. Why? At least at 55. So we'll say. Let me clear that out in just a second. We'll do that again. So we'll just assume right around that. So assuming it's moving off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. Oops, what did I do? Just a second, guys. It's been a long evening, so okay, do that. Okay, so for this particular section of the line, it's going to be in the Wajak area in the next 10 minutes, although like the thunder and rain's already likely starting to pick up. This is the strongest portion of the line with the gustier winds in the next 10 minutes. The Volhynia area eventually in the next 20 minutes. The Marcellus area. Oh, there's our severe thunderstorm warning. So, for southern Berrien and southwestern Cass counties, this is a severe thunderstorm warning coming in now. This goes on. Let me clear the storm track. Okay, this goes until 12:30 in the morning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning.
And it's considerable tag.
Yep, this is a considerable tag warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. Again, this is primarily for southern Berrien and the southwestern areas of Cass County. So areas like Three Oaks, Galleon, Buchanan, Niles, the Bertrand area, and Edwardsburg. And surrounding areas, you are in this warning. Give me just a second. I'll pull the warning text behind the scenes. And all right. So again, National Weather Service has issued in northern Indiana has issued severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Cass, and it says southeastern Berrien County, but we'll say more southern Berrien County. This goes until 12:30 a.m. At 11:48, we have a severe thunderstorm located near the LaPorte area, moving east that's in Indiana, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Our hazard again is going to be ping pong ball size, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and along with ping pong ball size hail. This is radar indicated. For impacts, they're saying people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. So again, if you're in the Free Oaks, Galleon, Buchanan, Niles, Bertrand, and Edwardsburg areas, the potential for 70 mile per hour wind gusts up to and ping pong ball size hail will be moving in your area over the next little while. So,
Jacob, looking behind the scenes here, there are some power outages starting to pop up south of US 12 there.
South of US 12 power outages. Yep, that would make sense with the signals we've been seeing on velocity. So, for your this also includes a small sliver of I-94 between mile markers 5 and 7. It's a very small sliver there.
Yeah, and I think the bulk of it is past there already.
The strongest part of the storm is probably past there already. So, for your protection, if you are in this warning, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. And a tornado watch does remain in effect until 2 a.m. for north central, northwestern Indiana, and applicable to us, southwestern Michigan. And again, that's only for the state line counties of Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch County. So those are the counties in our tornado watch. So
radar is estimating there's 1.2 inches of rain in the last hour there, just west of that severe thunderstorm warning.
Let's go to Allery rainfall, and yep, I can confirm that over there towards New Buffalo and Three Oaks. Yep. So very, very heavy rainfall in the last hour of these storms as well. So, but we'll go to this point. We'll take a look at velocity, kind of take a look there. And again, our stronger winds have been along and south of US 12 there near the Free Oaks and Galleon areas. That is where Jonah told us that their power outages are popping up, and I'm not surprised at that. I'm looking at this data. But so far, I think the heaviest winds are just south of the state line, I believe. But still enough wind to cause power outages there along there south of the US 12, along and south of the US 12 corridor. So again, if you are in this warning in southern Berrien and southwestern Cass counties, kind of take this one a little bit more seriously, with this being a considerable tag warning. And you definitely want to be inside that sturdy structure. Kind of get, as the course of least regret, if you can kind of get interior, I would do that. Just as the course of least regret on the lower floors as well. Just, these winds, they could start sending tree branches, kind of cause damage that way. So it can also take siding off and stuff like that. So you just want to be inside that sturdy structure, preferably if you can get interior, I would. Just let the storm pass on by. So we'll go ahead and do a storm track, actually, and this is going to be for our portion. Just a minute to get my bearings. Okay, maybe we'll go east with that. I'll track it from this little bit stronger portion near the Galleon area. Track it on off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. Let me adjust the map slightly. So Galleon area, pretty much like right now. The Buchanan area, it's already starting to pick up there, about 9 minutes for that stronger portion of the storm there. Niles area, the rain and thunder are starting to pick up as well, but the stronger portion of that storm is about 10 to 15 minutes away. Edwardsburg, you got about 25 to 30 minutes. Cassopolis, you got about 30 minutes. You're outside of the warning, but just in the cone, so we'll mention you. It might start raining a little bit sooner than that. The Penn area, also outside of the polygon, but storms will probably pick up in the next half hour or so as well. Same goes for the Vandalia area. So, again, the severe thunderstorm warning is only for the southern third, we'll say, of Berrien County and that southwestern corner there of Cass County, around the Edwardsburg area, over towards M60 in that area, towards Niles as well. Let's see what that. Okay, LaPorte County, Indiana, just passing this along near Rolling Prairie. There's hail report of 7/10 of an inch diameter hail, so roughly about penny size, we'll say. Okay. So again, we're watching our single severe thunderstorm warning. The only severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our coverage area is for the storm that's with us in southern portions of Berrien into southwestern Cass County. Jonah, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, not really. Just keeping an eye just a little bit north of that far northeastern edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, just near Cassopolis there. There's just a little bit of a notch there. It's been pretty broad, but just keeping an eye on it. I think it's a little bit of radar contamination there, but just making sure that there's no funny business there.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye out on these lines. You gotta keep an eye on those notches, because sometimes,
especially with the amount of spin we've got in the atmosphere today,
there's still a lot of shear in the atmosphere, so that can result in some spin from time to time. And albeit, I don't think we're at with these line segments, I'm not necessarily as concerned as we were earlier about the strong tornadoes, but you could still get those brief spin-up tornadoes that can still do some damage. So, in addition to the straight line winds. So, again, that section we're watching there near the Wajak and Cassopolis area, it's not warned yet, but just a little bit of notches that we're watching there occasionally for at least areas of enhanced wind, if not some spin. So
getting more power outage reports further north, as far north as Benton Harbor now.
far north is Benton Harbor. Okay.
They're not widespread or anything like that, but they're definitely in there. So there's probably little pockets of stronger winds within this larger complex of storms here,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that would be pretty evident on velocity there. There's a lot of little pockets of somewhat higher velocities.
Yeah. So the main thing we're looking at now is pockets of strong to potentially damaging wind gusts, especially along and south of US 12 is where I think the most intense stuff is. But
Yeah.
Just something we're continuing to watch here. So again, if you're just joining us here, this is Jacob Melton live here of West Michigan Weather, joined by Jonah Drake. We are still with you here after several hours of a severe thunderstorm and flash flooding threat, and the severe weather threat does continue near the state line. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for roughly the southern third of Berrien County and the southwest corner of Cass County. This is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for the potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter, or 1.5-inch diameter hail. And this is for this segment of the line here that's been a little bit more intense as it continues to move off to the east. So Buchanan area, you're getting in the thick of it right now. Niles, you're entering the thick of it. The Bertrand area, Galleon, the Galleon Free Oaks area. The strongest part of this storm is exiting. It looks like they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning to, in fact, remove the considerable tag. It looks like so.
Excellent.
So that's a little bit. Still severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half size hail, but just a little bit lower in intensity than it was earlier. Still a severe thunderstorm, don't get me wrong, but not at quite the intensity it was earlier, which is we'll certainly welcome any news we can get. Mm-hmm. So, but anyways, Free Oaks, as I say that, you have been cleared from the warning as well. Just remain inside for a little bit longer, just with lightning still close by, but you are likely clear from storms, at least right now. There is additional storms back off to the west, though, that we might still have to watch as well. Back towards Chicago, there's another warning there as well. So, but back to our severe warning. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds now, and up to $half size hail. We'll take a look at Hail Tracker, just see what kind of signal we're getting in terms of that. And I definitely still think the stronger hail signal is south of in northwest Indiana, there towards the LaPorte area. Excuse me, but we are showing some signals of hail still, at least on a smaller size near into southern Berrien County still, and I'll be heading to the east as well. So, Jonah, if you could take over for just a second, I get a drink of water.
Yeah, of course, man. So we do, like Jacob was saying, there could be some small hail down there south of Niles along US 12, east of Galleon, coming into Niles and Bertrand. The good news is that a lot of those higher pockets of velocities that we were seeing have kind of dissipated. They've weakened a little bit. Still seeing some gusts of around 30 to 45 miles per hour. But not anything like I was seeing a little bit ago where we were starting to see those wind gusts creep up into that 50, 60 mile per hour range. So a lot of those velocities have moved back south of the state line, which is what we like to see. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Buchanan, Galleon, Bertrand, Niles, and Edwardsburg. So if you're under that severe thunderstorm warning continue to remain inside, away from windows. And then, of course, there is that flash flooding threat that we have still ongoing. Just taking a quick look at 1 hour precipitation rates, over an inch per hour to the west of this complex of storms. So as this complex of storms moves through, we're going to see very similar rainfall rates move into that area. And this area has already seen a little bit of rain earlier today. So flooding has been realized along I-96, and as this complex moves through south of I-96, we could see that materialize there as well, especially near Centralville, where there's already a flood warning south of Three Rivers, between Three Rivers and Constantine, for the St. Joseph River there. So there's already a flood warning there, and as this rain moves in, that may become more of a concern.
Thank you very much, Jonah. I do want to
Yep.
acknowledge Dr. Redneck93 on YouTube. First provided a $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And has also become a member, level Thunderstorm supporter. Thank you very much for your support there.
Yeah, awesome.
Dr. Redneck93 on YouTube. And it also has a question, what radar app do you use? This is the WeatherWise radar app that we're using here. It's been doing us pretty well overall, and so you can find it on Android. It's on iOS. They have apps for Windows, Macs, and Linux, and it's also browser-based as well. So a lot of options to use this app, but it is a pretty good radar app overall.
Jeez. Sorry, guys. It got a little loud here for a second here at West Michigan Weather Headquarters. You guys probably heard that.
Yep, definitely some thunder around here nonetheless. We've had a few loud ones here as well. So let's get back to our severe thunderstorm warning. I will say this, we are watching this northern section of the line as well. Nothing imminently severe. Heading along the US 131 corridor, between, we'll say Kalamazoo and Wayland. Nothing imminently severe, I don't think, but heavy rainfall. Galeen. Galeen is producing Galeen. Thank you, Sean, for that correction. We appreciate that. A lot of these smaller, a lot of those smaller town names down there that we might tend to. So
we're gonna get those wrong sometimes.
Yep, we appreciate that correction very much.
All right, there is a little bit of an update to the severe thunderstorm watch for the Grand Rapids area. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has canceled the following counties. So if I list your county here, you are no longer under a severe thunderstorm watch. Gratiot, Kent, Montcalm, Muskegon, or Ottawa counties. Okay, so Gratiot, Kent, Montcalm, Muskegon, or Ottawa. The severe thunderstorm watch for your area has been canceled. So your severe threat for the night is over. There are still flash flood warnings in effect for much of that area, and those go for another several hours. So you're not totally out of the woods in terms of like life safety and infrastructure impacts, but the severe threat for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes has ended. If you're in Allegan, Barry, Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, Kalamazoo, or Van Buren, the severe thunderstorm watch continues until 1 a.m. local time. Okay, so, and then of course we still have that tornado watch for Barry and Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties until 2 a.m. Sean, Wolf, you guys are awesome. We love you. Thanks, Sean. We really appreciate that. We couldn't be here without all that you guys do for us.
Yeah, I did just want to pass along a couple of wind reports. This is from Berrien and St. Joseph counties. 1 mile north of Benton Heights, this is the ASOS station there. Reported a wind gust of 44 miles per hour. This is the Benton Harbor ASOS station. This was at 11:15. And then this is the Three Rivers ASOS station at 11:56. So about 10 minutes ago, a 48 mile per hour wind gust there. So
okay.
So, yep. So, okay, so a bit curious on that Free Rivers report. It's a little bit ahead, so that's interesting, but nonetheless.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well, so a bit interesting on that one. But anyway, so mainly 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, what I've been seeing so far. So just under severe limits, but nonetheless still gusty. So again, we do continue. The main reason we're sticking around here is we're do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for southern and southeastern portions of Berrien County into southwestern Cass County. Berrien County, I will say the strongest part of the storm will be leaving the county, if not already within the next few minutes. Niles, Bertrand area, you're still in the heavy rainfall and frequent cloud to ground lightning, potentially some gusty winds. But the Buchanan and Galen areas, those are you're still to remain inside. You're still technically in the warning, but the strongest part of the storm is leaving. That's just an expiration for that special weather statement up towards the New Buffalo Township area up to St. Joseph. They're letting that expire, so that's what that is. But anyway, from the Galen, Buchanan areas, still remain inside, still raining. There's still thunder and lightning, but the strongest part of this storm is exiting. It's now heading really into southwestern Cass County, so Edwardsburg area. It's going to begin to pick up. If it hasn't already, it will be very shortly. It will be very heavy rainfall and gusty winds. Maybe some small hail signals in there as well, but nothing. And also frequent cloud to ground lightning. We'll take a look at velocity. The leading edge of the wind is heading into Edwardsburg as I speak to you here. Nothing extremely impressive on the velocity signals, I don't think, but definitely still some gusty wind potential there. But the stronger velocities continue to remain south of the state line, really, from what I've seen, down towards more South Bend area. So, okay, so we'll go back to reflectivity though. And yeah, just a lot of heavy rainfall coming into Edwardsburg right now. Some gustier winds potentially still, and frequent cloud to ground lightning. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. So let's double check location. The Galen area, you are now clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. And they have also looks like they dropped our hail size down to a quarter now, along with 60 mile per hour winds. So again, a little less of a hail threat continues to evolve here. Still some, but mainly, I feel like with the way this storm's evolved, it's become more of a wind threat than anything, to be fully honest. So we'll go to hail tracker though, just check that out. And not really a super impressive signal. Maybe some small hail, if that. Looking at that, but the large hail signals. Oh, that's actually not a. Yeah, unfortunately, this product is a little bit behind on the scans. That was around midnight, but still showing the heavier signals for hail south of the LaPorte area there in Indiana. So some small hail possible with this, but not really looking at anything extremely concerning. So again, this is mainly heavy rain and wind threat, maybe some small hail, and a lot of cloud to ground lightning coming in at Edwardsburg area right now. Bertrand area, this storm is on its way out, but it's still raining heavily. Niles, this storm's heading out as well. Again, still remain inside in these areas, just with the lightning in the area. Buchanan as well. Buchanan, you're right on the edge of the warning, but again, the strongest part of this storm is off to your east. Just still remain inside with the lightning in the area. Other than that, we're going to go up north real quick. up towards the I-94 corridor, up towards I-96. We are watching this segment of the line. Currently not severe, but still some heavier rainfall and frequent lightning. And we'll take a look at velocities there. Particularly focused down towards Kalamazoo. Not looking severe at this point, I don't think. And it's also a few thousand feet up. But we are seeing maybe some signs of gustier winds there near the Parchment and Kalamazoo areas, heading towards the Richland, Galesburg areas. It's down towards the Portage area, heading towards Pavilion, and eventually Battle Creek with time. Again, this is not severe, but just seeing maybe some signals of gustier winds down there. And besides that, once you get north of there, we're not really seeing too much of a signal there either. And we go back to reflectivity, like the header there. There we go. But and again, once you get north of I-96, this has really devolved to more rainmakers at this point. And if I flip over real quickly to precipitation typing, once you get north of up towards the US 10 corridor, we're getting some signals of freezing rain up there as well. But curiously, it's kind of showing across portions of Gratiot and Montcalm County, maybe some portions of brief freezing rain there as well. Up down here, I don't think it'll really accumulate too much as it'll kind of warm up a little bit. But maybe a little bit there. In Gratiot and Montcalm counties as well, thunder, freezing rain. But that won't be too much of an issue too long if it is, indeed. But really, up towards US 10, we're a little more concerned about freezing rain lasting a little longer up there.
Right along M46 is where I'm seeing kind of our highest concentration of rainfall rates, too. So that might correspond to the different P-type there as well.
Yeah. I also got still reading 32 there 20 minutes ago at the Gratiot County Airport there. So, yeah, maybe a brief period. Or it could just be rainfall rates kind of doing that too. So, but again, our main focus right now, the main reason we're sticking around here is for this severe thunderstorm warning. It does include the southeastern corner of Berrien County. However, the strongest part of this storm is really at this point in the southwest Kent County. It's been a long night here, guys. I should say Cass County. Kent County, there's no warnings, just to clear that up. But Cass County, you do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes or so until 12:30. This is still primarily for 60-mile-per-hour winds, along with the potential of quarter-size hail. We haven't been seeing too much of a hail signal. Looking at the last several scans, hail tracker's running a little bit behind, but still no real signal of anything more than smaller hail at the worst, probably there. But really just heavy rainfall, some frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and some gustier winds. And outside warning to the Cassopolis area. You're in the thick of it right now. The heavy rainfall, probably some gusty winds as well. In addition to that, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. The Volhynia area, Marcellus as well, Penn area. Will be up to heading over towards the Three Rivers eventually area as well. Flowerfield, up towards the Schoolcraft area. Matawan, just a lot of heavy rainfall and lightning. Probably some gustier winds potentially up there as well. Taking a look at velocities. Not really seeing anything super impressive. Kind of watching that. Kind of that little notch in the line there towards Flowerfield.
Yep.
Just another one of those notches in the line. If we go to velocity.
Maybe a little something there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Nothing definitive, I don't think, but just something.
And as that very heavy rainfall approaches the St. Joseph River there between Three Rivers and Constantine, especially if you live right along the river there. You need to be very aware of rapidly rising bankful levels, river levels there.
Just a
You got a lot of
reminder.
water coming down upstream and a lot of water moving in over the area. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Jacob.
All good. Just as a reminder of the heavy rainfall rates we are talking about, radar continues to indicate between 1 to 2 inch, around 1 inch of rainfall or so in the past hour across southern Berrien County into Cass County. And that's what's going to be heading in this general direction. In fact, just south of the state line, we're seeing indications of up to potentially 2 inches of rainfall across northern Indiana. And that's tracking into South Bend as I talk to you here, and that could eventually track towards areas along the state line as well, along the US 12 corridor there. So, again, very, very heavy rainfall here in this area that could result in some flooding issues as well, especially around the rivers, including the St. Joseph River at Three Rivers. So, again, all right. I'll be kind of curious to see what the Weather Service decides to do with this. This is getting ready to exit that warning there in Southwest Cass. Be kind of interesting to see what they decide to do. So it goes for the next 10 minutes or so. So let's see what they decide to do here in the next few minutes with that. Take a look at velocity again. Again, not really seeing anything
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it.
overly concerning. Just a lot of, there's some gusty winds, probably sub-severe. It looks like, okay, they have updated the warning to cancel Berrien County. Berrien County has been dropped from the warning, so Bertrand, Niles area, Buchanan, you were previously in the severe thunderstorm warning. You have been dropped. It does continue for the next few minutes across southwestern portions of Cass County, so Edwardsburg area near there. However, that strongest part of the storm is quickly exiting that area, and we'll have to see in the next few minutes what the National Weather Service decides to do regarding if they decide to extend that, which it could go 50-50, not really. With the velocity signals, I'm not so sure, but we'll keep an eye on that nonetheless. But other than that, so Edwardsburg, you're still in the severe thunderstorm warning for the next few minutes. Still likely seeing some gustier winds and heavier rainfall in addition to that frequent lightning. But the strongest portion of this storm will be out of there in the next few minutes. Otherwise, again, we are watching, if I go back to these little reflectivity, we are still watching this little notch here near the Flower Field area, near the Cass and Kalamazoo County line. But
velocity is a lot less concerning in terms of a couplet. The speeds of said velocity, however, are up kind of towards severe limits, but it is several thousand feet off the ground.
We'll go ahead and take a look at it from the other radar as well. And Grand Rapids is maybe showing a little bit more broad rotation near Schoolcraft area. This is looking at it from the north, from Grand Rapids. So if we go back to reflectivity, again, still seeing that similar kind of notch shape. So we'll keep an eye on that. Southern Kalamazoo County, near the Schoolcraft area, that is potentially some weak rotation there. And that'll be heading towards the Vicksburg area with time. Again, nothing immediately tornadic, and but just something we are watching. Maybe some areas of at least gustier winds cannot be fully ruled out there. Just that kind of little bit of rotation there. Nothing extremely concerning, but something we are watching. Okay. Besides that, again, so we do continue just with this only severe thunderstorm warning in our area at this point is the southwestern portion of Cass County. And again, this portion of the storm is leaving. The strongest portion of the storm is exiting the warning as I speak to you. So I suspect this will be allowed to expire here in the next 7 minutes. So again, it looks like the strongest part of the storm's definitely, again, kind of further the south, definitely around the South Bend area where I'm seeing a little bit stronger velocities. So
the northern Indiana radar is maybe showing a little bit of broad rotation there near Schoolcraft and Vicksburg now too.
yeah, kind of the same area we were just looking at on the Grand Rapids radar. So just be aware of it. Schoolcraft, Vicksburg. We're not immediately concerned with a tornado, but just be aware we are watching some broad rotation in that area. Double check it from that angle as well. Yeah, same thing. Just
and again, it's several thousand feet off the ground, so
yeah, probably not necessarily something we're seeing at the surface, looking at it that far up. Nonetheless, something we'll watch here in the short term. If anything else, maybe some signals of some small hail there. Just kind of going into the purples there. At least very heavy rain, if not small hail near the Schoolcraft and Flower Field areas. I'll be moving into Vicksburg here, Nick. All right, we got a
severe, and it has the tornado possible tag on it.
All right, so severe thunderstorm warning now for southern portions of Kalamazoo County. This does have the tornado possible tag. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 1 a.m. for southern portions of Kalamazoo County. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also, it does have, like we were just saying, a tornado possible tag. This is for that rotation that we've been kind of watching over the last couple of scans here. Let me just pull up this warning text really quickly here behind the scenes. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kalamazoo County, but Lily will say most of the southern third will say of Kalamazoo County. That goes until 1 a.m. this morning. At 12:24 a.m., we have a severe thunderstorm was located near the Vicksburg area, or 8 miles to the south of Portage. It is moving off to the east at around 45 miles per hour. Again, our primary hazard is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Some locations impacted include Vicksburg, Schoolcraft, and Fulton. For your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, this does have that tornado possible tag, which means they're watching rotation. It's not enough to warrant a tornado warning at this time, but just something to be aware of in the short term, that we are watching this cell. It is showing some broad signs of rotation. If we go over the velocity near the Vicksburg area, that's where we're watching a little bit of broad rotation. Southwest of the Pavilion community there, over towards Lemon Park. I'll go ahead and try and do a little
I will say it got a little bit broader on both radar sites with these latest scans, but it's definitely still there.
Track that off to the east at around 45 miles per hour. So in Vicksburg, it's pretty much moving your area right about now or in the next few minutes. Gardener's Corners, that community, 14 minutes. The Fulton area at around 15 minutes. And eventually Pine Creek, that's going to take it into Calhoun County as well. So Pine Creek in the next 20 minutes or so. So again, there's no warning for southwest Calhoun County at this point, but just a heads up, if this does hold together, we'll be kind of watching for that as well down the line. I'm seeing some questions about Allegan and Ionia. Those areas we're not really concerned. Our primary concern right now is along and south of I-94, especially in southern Kalamazoo County. That is our concern. And Waterford, that is outside of our coverage area, but some thunderstorms will be possible there later tonight as well. Okay, so we'll go back to reflectivity. Again, just kind of this thunderstorm here we are watching near the Schoolcraft and Vicksburg areas has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. It is okay. We still do technically continue with this warning for southwestern Cass County, but that's going to expire in the next couple minutes anyway. And seeing no indications at this point that they'll issue something further east, but we'll keep an eye on it. But definitely our focus right now is southern Kalamazoo County, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag on it. So, okay, so Schoolcraft, Vicksburg, you're getting into the thick of the storm. Schoolcraft, you're in it. Vicksburg, you're entering the thick of it. Very, very heavy rainfall. Likely some gusty winds and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning there as well. The Pavilion community there, you're going to be entering it in the next few minutes. So will Lemon Park area, you're entering the stronger part of the storm here shortly. And Gardner's Corners community there, and Fulton. You'll be there in the next few minutes as well. So will the Fulton State Game area we're watching as well over the next several minutes. But we'll take a look again at velocity. And yeah, still showing this broader rotational signature. A little bit broader than it was previously. We hope that trend holds. We'll take a look at it from the other radar as well. And yeah, similar story. Definitely pretty broad there at this point. So
Yeah.
if anything, gustier winds I'd be more concerned about right now. But
Yeah, it's lost that notch too on reflectivity, so
I am indicating, again, I'll caution this is a few thousand feet up, but east of the Vicksburg area, we're seeing between 40 to 50 mile per hour velocities from the Grand Rapids radar. A few thousand feet up, but nonetheless. Northern Indiana radar is a little bit higher at 50 to 60 in that same area, but as it moves east, but rotation's definitely broadened out, and we're not as concerned about, but still could be quite windy there as it continues to move through southern Kalamazoo County. I will say on northern Indiana, at least northern Indiana radar, I still see maybe a little bit of that notch, but not.
oh yeah.
It's not as pronounced as it once was, so.
Yeah, they're updating the warning there.
It's like it mostly remains the same, just kind of
Yeah, trimmed it up.
Trimmed it up just a touch. So Schoolcraft, you are outside of the warning now, at least the immediate Schoolcraft area. So, but you're still in the heavy rain. You're still in the frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and so yeah, still remain inside there in the Schoolcraft area, but. This is mainly a Vicksburg area over towards Fulton area. You guys remain in the warning for the next half an hour or so. And they have allowed that. It looks like they did let that warning in Cass County. That has expired. So, as of right now, at least leaves one active severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for southeastern Kalamazoo County. For the next half an hour. This is primarily for 60 mile per hour winds. Again, it does have the tornado possible tag, although we do think our rotation that was there earlier is kind of broadened out. Doesn't mean it can't briefly tighten back up or something like that, so we'll still be keeping an eye on it. And we'll go ahead and get the rotation. And if it's there, it's going to be near the Pavilion area. It's very broad, not really anything immediately concerning, but we'll do a storm track on it. I already have it open. There we go. Nonetheless, we'll track that off to the east. We clear that. I moved the map a little further east. We can go a little bit further. There we go. So around 50 miles per hour. This will take it Looks like the only location. Okay, zoom in a little bit tighter. We'll get some more locations. There we go. So we'll go Gardener's Corners in the next 7 minutes. Pine Creek in the next 14 minutes or so. East Orloy in the next 16 minutes. The Joppa area in the next 16 minutes as well. The Stanley Corners area in the next 20 minutes or so. And eventually Burlington in the next 24 minutes. And then eventually also the Concha area. You're outside of the cone, but we'll be watching your area a little later on as well. It looks like it's a new special weather statement coming in.
There's also a new special marine warning as
Or
well.
weather marine warning, that's what I should have said. But, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Bear with me, guys. It's been a long evening here. Yep, that's a special marine warning for this complex of storms. Likely moving over the lake. Yeah, that's what it's for. It's this activity. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
just a low end special marine warning there, just for winds of 34 knots.
Yeah.
Which is about 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So.
Again, our primary focus really is just this severe thunderstorm warning. Although we have still continuing with our flash flood warnings to the north as well. So
plenty of rain still moving into the area. Yeah. Lots of rain. Unfortunately, there's more heavy rain heading up towards the Holland area coming off the lake.
Yeah. So the I-96 corridor, which has been in points north to around M46, has been hammered by heavy rainfall. That trend looks to continue for the short term, at the very least, and probably for the next little while. Is Battle Creek getting anything bad, or just a thunderstorm? I don't want to lose power. I will say this. The strongest portion of this storm that we're watching will probably stay south of Battle Creek, south of I-94. But there is shower and thunderstorm activity getting ready to move into Battle Creek. That could just have heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. I'm not going to entirely rule out some sub-severe wind gusts. At this point, the section heading into Battle Creek doesn't particularly look all that significant. Our main portion we're watching is down south of the I-94 there. Kind of more towards the Athens area eventually. And so again, most likely we'll be watching it just in case given proximity, but probably more towards just thunderstorm activity there in Battle Creek. Rotation still pretty broad. I mean, it's still not very tight from what I'm seeing. Looking at both radars, but definitely still some gustier wind potential nonetheless there. East of the Pavilion area now. That'll be heading towards just south of Climax, probably heading more towards Athens, and maybe areas along the south of I-94 there. It's really where I'm focusing when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Potential.
And the latest scan might have tightened that up a little bit.
Oh, did it? Is that okay? Yeah, that's
might be a little bit of contamination there, but
yeah, we'll have to watch that. That could be contamination. I don't want to jump to conclusions there, but we'll have to kind of watch that over the next scan or two as well. Maybe, actually, it kind of looks more like inflow to me too. Kind of looking.
Yeah, it could be inflow. It could be divergence.
Yeah, could be. So don't want to immediately jump to it being a tornadic circulation. That's not.
It's on both radars, so that's a little interesting. It is indeed.
Definitely interesting there. It is on both of our radars that we have here. So out of Grand Rapids and Northern Indiana. So that's something we'll be watching here over the next few minutes as well.
Meanwhile, we've been talking about that flood warning for the St. Joseph River between Three Rivers and Constantine. Very heavy rainfall moving over that area now.
Very heavy rain moving into that flood warning area in Three Rivers. Maybe some smaller hail there, potentially in Three Rivers as well. Just that area of elevated reflectivity, but again, just heavy rainfall in an area that doesn't really need it. So, and we'll take a look at velocity down here as well. Nothing super, super concerning, I don't think. But something we'll be watching nonetheless. Maybe a little bit. Doesn't really. Maybe just more like convergence there near Constantine. I was just kind of checking that. But
They've updated the severe thunderstorm warning, continuing the tornado possible tag as this cell moves into Athens and areas east of Pavilion, south of Climax there. So Athens, Pine Creek, West Leroy, you guys are not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet. However, that is moving into the area. And I'm keeping a really close eye on Athens there in the Fulton State game area with that. Little bit of an inflow notch there is what I'm going to call that.
yeah, it doesn't really match up to where we'd want to see
No.
for rotational couplets. Not really matching up where you want to see for a tornado or something like that. So we'll call it inflow, but nonetheless over the Fulton State game area, maybe some elevated wind there. Looking at that, and I'll be heading into Athens here shortly. So you take a look at it. Grand Rapids, just double. Yeah, definitely some signs of rotation there, at least broad rotation. If nothing else, some gustier wind potential heading into the Athens area over the next few minutes. There is no active severe thunderstorm warning for southern Calhoun County, but I would just kind of ahead of it, just get inside. And as I say that, there's our severe thunderstorm warning
There's
for
our
Calhoun.
severe thunderstorm with the tornado possible tag.
Yep, this also has our tornado possible tag. It does include Battle Creek from downtown south, so the south side of Battle Creek. It does also include Marshall. It includes Athens, Burlington, especially the north side, over towards the Eckford area, and Wright's Corners. These are some of the areas in our severe thunderstorm warning.
I will say quickly, Union City and Teconcha, you guys are not in this severe thunderstorm warning, and you guys are well south of that potential tornadic circulation or area of rotation that we're watching there north of Athens. So I know you guys had a heck of a time last Friday. At this point, all you need to worry about is rain and some lightning moving into the area, maybe some gustier winds.
Yeah, but the potentially tornadic portion, I should say, the rotating portion, I should say, is going to be passing well north of Union City. So no worries there. You're not in the severe thunderstorm warning. But again, let me get this warning text here behind the scenes. This was issued at 12:39. Severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County, mainly the central and southern portions of Calhoun County until 1:15 in the morning. At 12:39, severe thunderstorm was located near the Climax area, or 9 miles to the southwest of Battle Creek, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this thing's kind of moving a little bit. Hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It's radar indicated. Some locations that are impacted by this warning include Marshall, Battle Creek, especially downtown and south side, Burlington, the Brownlee Park area. It looks like they have extended our severe thunderstorm watch for Calhoun and Jackson until 2 a.m. I just noticed that come across. So
yeah, they did cancel Allegan, Barry, Clinton, in Egham, Ionia, Kalamazoo, and Van Buren.
Okay. So anyways,
which is a bit odd given that we have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing there, but
so anyways, we'll just repeat the locations: Marshall, Battle Creek, Burlington, Brownlee Park, Athens, Pine Creek, and Ceresco area. These areas are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado at once, go into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And kind of maybe a touch more notable near Athens, at least from the Grand Rapids radar.
Yeah.
So near the Athens area, that's really where we're watching this potential rotation.
Might have a little bit of increasing hail potential there just south of climax as well.
Hail potential. Yep, I can kind of see that. A little bit of elevated reflectivity there. We'll check hail tracker.
It's a little bit there on hail tracker, not much, but
not a strong signal by any means, but maybe some small hail there. Your climax, but our main focus is going to be this potential rotation near Athens. I'm going to switch over to the other radar. This is northern Indiana, just from a different perspective. And I think Grand Rapids, it's kind of there on northern Indiana too, but I think Grand Rapids has a little bit better look at it. So if you're near the Athens area, this is not, we don't see any signs immediately of a tornado on the ground, but we are watching rotation in this area. If nothing else, it could be strong area of enhanced gusty winds. We are indicating winds on that side of around 50 miles per hour, but we are watching some signs of rotation. So as the course of least regret, if you're in the Athens area, I would kind of be on the lower floor, probably interior if you can get there, just as the course of least regret. Pine Creek and Pine Creek area over towards East Leroy. This rotation might track just to your south, but definitely do be inside for at least some gusty winds, maybe a little secondary area there near Pine Creek, but not as concerning. Kalamazoo County, they have dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning as well. Yeah, they have canceled that because that has moved out of the warned area. But we're watching this rotation near Athens. Okay.
Last scan is a lot better.
Yeah. Definitely not as tight, although maybe we're watching a little secondary area as well.
Yeah, might have a little bit of occlusion going on here.
Yeah. Southeast of the climax area might be occluding a little bit. So, a couple areas of rotation we are watching. Near the Athens area, it's not quite as tight as this scan as it was previously. And then maybe a little something near the climax area as well. I'll check debris tracker and don't see anything really there, so doesn't look like anything on the ground right now, and we hope that remains the case. But really, this is just a line of stronger portion of the line, probably producing straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour, and we are watching some brief areas of rotation along the line as well that might spin up something very, very briefly across this area.
Yeah. A lot of the times these types of setups, we don't see anything on debris tracker. They might not even show up on velocity between scans. So we have to use some tools behind the scenes to kind of check in on things. The good news is I'm not seeing any power outages showing up in that area. So that's indicative, A, that there's not necessarily a tornado on the ground, and B, that the winds are not overly strong in that area and of themselves either. So
I will say we are in this may not necessarily be representative of southern Calhoun County, but we're at 45 in Battle Creek, 47 in Marshall. And we are still at 68 in Coldwater, so probably the warm front's probably very close, and that probably is partially causing this as well. With the warm front right there, that can enhance the shear. So, is St. Joseph? Keaton is asking, is St. Joseph County safe? St. Joseph County, there's no active warning. Just mainly a lot of heavy rainfall at this point. Looking at velocity, I'm not seeing anything super concerning. So this is just a lot of heavy rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, but no severe weather in portions of St. Joseph County, Keaton. This is mainly a Calhoun County concern as of right now. So,
based on the WPC surface analysis, I would say that warm front is right in there. It's riding the warm front. So we need to watch for some occlusions here as it rides that warm front and trying to wrap up with that enhanced shear in that area.
Yeah, for the Calhoun County warning. So, yeah. as these storms get near the warm front and rides along it, that's why I mentioned when we posted the MCD for the severe thunderstorm watch. The areas near the warm front, so along and south of 94. This is kind of the thing we'd have to watch for. It's kind of some occasional areas of its spin attempting to go up, just with the shear being enhanced along the warm front and the thermodynamics there. It's kind of one thing that we've been watching for, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. Our rotation now, looking at radar, is going to be east of Athens now. Kind of northwest of Burlington, near M60, east of M66 there towards 6 Mile Road. That's one of the roads. 8 Mile Road. N Drive S in these areas. This is not immediately tornadic, but definitely still some areas of rotation there. And if anything, could be some gusty winds in this area as well. So again, and up towards Battle Creek, this is mainly looking like straight line wind. Maybe another area of very weak spin near the Joppa area. But this is mainly looking more like straight line wind to me at this point, if anything. So
Yeah, I'd agree. And hail tracker's not really showing anything. Maybe some heavier rainfall or very small hail mixed in there, but that would be about it.
Let's go to hail tracker real quick just to look. Yeah, maybe. Well, it scans a little bit delayed too, but this is indicating maybe some small hail near the Galesburg area that would be moving into Battle Creek, but probably more likely than not, just very heavy rainfall.
Yeah.
With the lower end potential for some small hail. Looking at reflectivity, that would be over the airport right now, moving into Battle Creek and Springfield.
Yeah.
So go back. Take a look at back to our rotation. I am going to do a storm track around our rotation, which is near Athens. We get a storm track going off to the northeast. Okay, let me update that. Okay, that is a little bit stronger of a signature there, northwest of Burlington. So let me get the map moved a little bit.
It's on IWX as well. It's not horrible, but
IWX, yeah, not terrible, but we'll go to the Grand Rapids radar. So some rotation there near the Burlington area. Let me get our storm track going. As much as I can in here. Moving off to the northeast, around 60 miles per hour. Going to put it in the Marshall area in the next 13 minutes. Eventually the Marengo area the next 18 minutes or so, and Albion in the next 22 minutes as well. Will it make it that far as Marengo and Albion? We'll see. Probably not. They're very brief rotational signatures, but just something to be aware of. We are watching it. Same goes for Marshall as well. Let me zoom in. Okay, not really any more locations than that, but you're along Interstate 69, especially along and south of I-94. If you're driving along Interstate 69, be aware of this. Between I-94 especially and Tecontia, just be aware we are watching the storm. It is rotating. So if you can kind of, if I would kind of avoid travel, at least in the short term, let the storm pass by. Could be producing gusty winds. It is also showing some signs of rotation there. So just something to be aware of there. We'll go back to reflectivity for right now, though. And this has, again, it's kind of on that leading edge there with that little bit of a notch there. Northeast of Athens is where we're kind of watching there for our rotation that has been kind of spent. It's been kind of cycling up and down this segment of the line. So Jonah, are you seeing anything behind the scenes regarding this? Or
I am not. I don't see any power outages still. I was just getting ready to refresh the power outage map just to be sure, but I still don't see any power outages anywhere near climax. So that is good news. I know they just updated the severe thunderstorm warning. Still just seeing a little bit of rotation there northwest of Burlington.
Battle Creek, you have been taken out of this warning. So, Battle Creek, you are clear from at least the severe potential from this part of the line, but you're still in the heavy rainfall. You're still in the lightning, so still continue to remain inside. But the severe threat, we're not as concerned about in the Battle Creek area at this time. So, this is mainly for now more southern portions of Calhoun County, including Marshall, Burlington, Eckford. These are the kind of areas we are watching right now, and this has a tornado possible tag still on it, and this is still for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you are in this area, definitely want to be indoors. And if you can kind of get to the lowest floor in the interior room, I would consider that, just with the rotation being evident from time to time. It's a little bit more broad on this scan, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Northwest of Burlington. It's a little bit more broad than it was, so, but still showing some signs of rotation there. Near the 311 County Highway, I think that is, or Highway 311 there. That's where we're watching now. We're moving towards I-69, and generally towards probably, if I loop it here, just get my bearings, should probably go near or south of Marshall, probably more towards the Eckford area if I'm looking at the loop right. But still Marshall, you'll still want to be inside and just let the storm come on by, pass through, and then about it. So again, this is our only active severe thunderstorm warning at this point across West Michigan is for this portion of Calhoun County. It does continue for the next 20 minutes. So again, we're still watching this line. Mainly south of I-96 is a stronger portion, especially towards I-94 and south, where a little bit better thermodynamics is near the warm front. So again, down in Cass County, or St. Joseph County, I should say, moving into Branch County shortly. We're still not seeing anything. Maybe some gusty winds, maybe, but nothing overly concerning there. Really, just a lot of heavy rain and lightning. Coldwater, you still be watching you as well, just with the fact you are at 68 as of 20 minutes ago at the airport there. So still a little bit better thermodynamics there. We'll be kind of watching it. Kind of watching that near Bronson. Nothing of it on velocity yet. But so again, those little notches that kind of develop from time to time, we have to kind of watch. But nothing evident there right now. So,
and our Calhoun County storm is a lot broader in this latest update again. So
yeah, it's broader. It's still there though, kind of towards right.
Still there.
Southwest of the Wrights Corners community there, so it's kind of near I-69, and that is F Drive S there, kind of towards that exit. So again, just some broad rotation, nothing immediately tornadic, and honestly, at the distance we're at from the radar, nothing evident on the debris tracker, and this kind of setup, there might not necessarily be anything that would be evident on the debris tracker, just due to the brief nature of these storms. It might spin up and dissipate before we can really get anything lofted at that level. So, just because we are about 4,000 feet from the radar at Grand Rapids, and from Northern Indiana, about the same distance. So take a look at this from Northern Indiana. I can still kind of see it. Not as evident as Grand Rapids, but kind of that same area we're focusing on. So
Detroit should be able to start picking it up somewhat soon too, as it moves closer to Jackson County.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. It's in the noise right now, but I can kind of see it too. So so as it gets into Jackson County, we'll have an additional radar to look at too. So okay, so I'll do a quick storm track Rotation again. Lift this off to the northeast. Around. Looks like it might have updated the storm motion slightly. 55 miles an hour. Okay. It's actually a little bit slower too. It was at 60, but okay. So focus on this. We got Eckford in the next 10 minutes. Be on the south side of the cone there, but it's 10 minutes for Eckford. The Marengo area at about 14 minutes. Albion in about 18 minutes. And eventually Springport. That'll be into western Jackson County, northwestern Jackson County. Probably in the next 25 minutes to half hour there. That was just an expiration for the warning Indiana there. All right, new scan coming in. Yeah, definitely a lot more broad again. So
Yeah.
still some signs of very broad rotation, and if anything, could just be some gusty winds, probably, I would guess. But still not seeing anything on the power outages map there.
No, I've not seen anything new on power outage, U.S. or Consumers Energy. So
That does remain hopeful that this is not necessarily reaching the surface, these stronger winds. Not saying there's no wind reaching the surface, just might not be strong enough to where we begin to get concerned about power outages.
they canceled that marine warning for the St. Joseph to Michigan City area.
That activity's not really looking
No,
all that impressive at this point. So,
which is good because maybe we can get some sleep in the near future.
yeah.
Knock on wood.
And we got stuck there. There we go. Okay, so we're continuing. This is what we're watching here. For those of you still with us, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Calhoun County. That continues for the next 15 minutes until 1:15 in the morning. This is primarily for this section of the line heading towards Marshall. And it does have the tornado possible tag with this warning. We have been watching some signs of rotation from time to time. It spins up a little bit, cycles back out. It's a very cyclic kind of nature right now. Just with it being near the warm front, it's kind of interacting with that. The enhanced shear there, and a little bit better thermodynamics. Still not great thermodynamics there. We're at 47 at Marshall. But with the warm front nearby, it's kind of interacting with that. We're finding a little bit more shear for it. And again, that's a little bit better thermos for it to work with. It's not in the report. Okay. Alright, so other than this, there's not really a whole lot to talk about. Just really heavy rainfall. Maybe some gustier winds outside of this warning across. Now heading into. It looks like they updated some kind of warning. Hold on. Okay, I think that might have been the. Okay, that's probably the river flood warning, I think, or something. So.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, there's a tornado report, but that's coming in from Indiana.
Yep.
Nothing new there. I don't think it was Grand Rapids, but it may have been. Nope.
Yeah, so that was about. But anyways, yeah, we just continue with this singular severe thunderstorm warning, the only one in our area, and we have nothing new on there in terms of damage reports. Still not seeing any power outages. I'm looking here behind the scenes as well.
Yep.
There's nothing going on there. So
this latest scan, I mean, it's still there, but the velocities are much weaker, and it's still pretty broad.
Yeah. So of course it's kind of not. Of course, it does start to cool off a little bit. I'm at 66 in Hillsdale and 51 in Jackson. So this might be starting to get away from the warm front too. And as that happens,
once it gets away from I-69 there, the latest WPC surface analysis does have that warm front jogging back down through Coldwater, south of Hillsdale, south of Adrian. So it is getting back to that Interstate 80-90 corridor.
Highlight what Jonah's talking about there. That is our boundary with the warmer air, warm front there. Because you got 68 in Coldwater, 66 at Hillsdale, but then you're at 51 in Jackson, 47 at Marshall. So as this storm continues to get away from the warm front, now kind of
continuing the warning,
the rotation threat, really severe weather threat at this point, as it continues to move off to the north and east away from this warm front. So okay, they are continuing the warning mainly for Marshall and Point South, including the Eckford area, including the I-69 corridor between there. That is continuing for the next 10 minutes or so. Again, this continues for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They are keeping our tornado possible tag. A rotation, again, very broad. It's still there, but it's pretty broad, and it's kind of trending down too. What I've seen, yeah, it's definitely starting to trend down. So if you're in the Marshall area, especially south side of Marshall, towards the Eckford area, Marengo, you're not in the warning, but just with proximity, I'd kind of be watching this too. But this is for the next 10 minutes or so. We continue with this warning, mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with the tornado possible tag, just for this little bit of rotation that's not immediately tornadic to me. It's just broad rotation that we are watching. So let's go back. I'll do one more storm track on it. Again, as we were mentioning, as this gets away from the warm front, it'll continue to tend to weaken, but carry this northeast with one more storm track. Off to the northeast, east and northeast around 55 miles per hour. That will take it, the Marengo area, again, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Next 5 minutes, we'll say. Albion area in the next 10 minutes. And then eventually the Parma area around 20 minutes or so, and then Tompkins and into really northwest Jackson County probably in the next 25 minutes, half hour or so. However, like I've been saying, this will probably continue to weaken as it heads into that area, just based on thermodynamic profiles and the fact that we'll be getting a little bit further away from the warm front. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, and we're not really noticing all that much of that notching we were noticing earlier, so that's maybe a little bit there, but that's not really.
It doesn't pop out at me.
Yeah, nothing really is popping out here, so.
Yeah, you really have to look at it to see it.
It's a lot of heavy rainfall. Maybe some indications of small hail near the Marshall area, but probably heavier rainfall still. And then
that's really broad.
Yeah. Newer scan coming in. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's still there near the Eckford area, but it's pretty broad. So, and even the velocities are not really popping out as much as they were earlier. So we'll see if they extend this warning into the rest of Calhoun, maybe western Jackson County. We'll see about that in the next few minutes.
I hope not.
Yeah. We would like to get some sleep at some point tonight.
If they issue another warning, it's like another 40 minutes of streaming.
Yeah. All right. So we're continuing to watch this area of broad rotation near the Eckford area, south of Marengo. And we'll go back to reflectivity on it. Yeah, we're not really seeing that notching we were seeing earlier, so that's hopefully a good sign. We still don't have any signs of power outages from what I've seen, so
Nope. No damage reports or anything. So
hopefully
out of
we can.
curiosity, do you have the restream data up on number of viewers?
As of right now, I have 29 viewers, so
Oh wow, you guys are troopers.
yeah, that is across. Most of them are on YouTube right now. 23
Gotcha.
of you are with us on YouTube, 5 on Facebook. I'm not reporting anything on X, and 1 soul on Twitch. So,
All right.
yep. So, thank you guys who are sticking with us throughout this tonight. And it's been a long night. It's been a long night for us too. So, hopefully, we can get things to eventually settle down, and we can catch up on some sleep. So.
The flash flooding thread's unfortunately not going anywhere tonight, but
So we'll still be dealing with the flash flooding threat. Really, especially along in north of I-96 where we have the flash flood warnings, but even south of there. We got additional storms moving over the Niles area right now. Not severe or anything like that, but just additional heavy rainfall in an area that really doesn't need it. So that's kind of the thing. All right.
they're going to allow it to expire.
Storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and they are allowing this to expire. So
Excellent.
that's some good news. So this will drop off the screen momentarily. We'll take one more look at it, even though we'll say this: they are allowing this warning to expire. We still have some broad rotation near the Marengo and Albion areas. We'll monitor it, but at this point, just with the lack of reports, the Weather Service is feeling like that's probably not really anything super concerning. And with the thermodynamics in the area, I kind of agree with that assessment. So,
Yep.
So we're at 52 at Jackson. The winds are out of the north. It's north of the warm. As it continues to get away from there, it'll kind of weaken or at least stay elevated. So okay. So we'll probably stick around for a few more minutes. Just do a couple more minutes at least. Just kind of do a general reset of the situation. And then we're probably going to consider signing off.
And we'll still be here keeping an eye on things behind the scenes, but we are going to try to get some amount of sleep.
Yeah. We probably won't go anywhere, at least behind the scenes. At least get these watches to expire, and then
we'll let the flash flood warnings do their thing, but once the tornado watch and the rest of the severe thunderstorm watch is expire, we'll be good.
Yep. So. And yep. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning you're seeing on the corner of the screen that has been allowed to expire. And the main thing we're really maintaining here is our flash flood warnings. North of north of 96 there, between the I-96 and M46 corridors of Gratiot, across portions of Gratiot County, Clinton County, Montcalm County, and Ionia County, and that carries it back west across portions of Muskegon, Kent, and Ottawa counties. You're all under flash flood warnings. Those continue for the next couple of hours at least. Next few hours for the potential for continued rainfall, and from the rainfall that has already fallen, there's been a lot of flooding reports. Throughout the evening, and unfortunately, that's kind of a thing that'll take a little bit of time to drain off. So, again, if you do encounter any flooded roadways, not just in the flash flood warnings, but really anywhere across West Michigan, especially south of M46, just kind of be aware of that. If If you encounter flooded roadways, don't drive through them. Turn around, find an alternative route. We don't want you putting yourself or your vehicle in danger, nor the people that would have to come out, nor our first responders that would have to come out and rescue you with something were to happen. We don't want that to happen. There's been a lot of rescues already this evening, and tonight, so just kind of heed our advice. If you don't have to be out on the roads really tonight, just stay home. Just stay home, be safe, and so I'll take a look at that one more time. Yeah, still broad rotation, but nothing super concerning, I don't think. So, Jonah, did you have anything you wanted to add before we think about
No, I don't think so. Just
scaling
keep
back
in
up?
mind that the flash flood warnings are still in effect along I-96 there. It'd be my only thing. Those aren't going anywhere tonight. So if you have to drive in the greater Grand Rapids area, in the greater Holland area, even as far north as like Muskegon, just bear in mind that there are those flash flood warnings in effect with a lot of water from the very heavy rainfall that's been moving through those areas this evening.
All right, thank you so much, Jonah. Since that warning has still there for just a minute. What's that from Northern Indiana? Okay, just a marine report. Okay, all right. So with the severe thunderstorm warning expiring, and we'll still be here behind the scenes just in case something does get issued, mainly across into far eastern Calhoun, Jackson counties, and then down towards mainly Branch and Hillsdale counties. We'll still be here behind the scenes watching just in case we do have another warning issued, but at this point we're probably going to scale back coverage just with the warning in effect for Calhoun County expiring any moment now. And we're going to scale back coverage, kind of take a breather after a long night here, and again, we're not going anywhere if we need to come back here, at least for the next hour or two. So, for Jacob Melton here with West Michigan Weather, for Jonah Drake, thank you for tuning to West Michigan Weather this evening on the severe weather evening, and stay with us. We'll keep you updated as we need to.
Yeah.